Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you're feeling good. Hopefully you had a great new year. I had a pretty good one, if I do say so myself. Happy holidays, happy new year, blah blah blah. You know all the good stuff. I'm tired. I'm gonna keep it 100. 100. I'm tired. I shouldn't be though. We slept fine. And the hair is no less shaggy, everybody. The hair is still very shaggy. Haircut and shearing is scheduled for Thursday. So we just have to, we're going to get through this together. It's quite shaggy. I've got like, see all that? I don't know, my hair, I condition religiously. I am very, like, I try to be very, very responsible like that. But dear God, it was bad. MMORPGL, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Yeah, it's just my hair gets kind of like shaggy every time I try to do this. It's been a hot minute. Yeah, we took a solid, what was it, week and a half, 2 weeks off for Christmas and the New Year and everything, because it was good. It was good, but we wanted to travel up to Laramie to visit my family. Then we wanted to travel to Arizona to do some light vacationing there. And it was good. It was good. Just, you know, an opportunity to veg out and just not think of anything. I did, if a lot of you guys, by the way, have sent lots of questions through Discord and everything. I've got dozens and dozens of notifications. I want you to know I see those. My rule with myself, though, was that I couldn't touch it until the new year, with a couple of very small exceptions, like messaging people through Discord if we needed to do something. But I just wasn't allowing myself to do it. So now we're here, and we're going to get back into it. We've got some news stories. I have a couple of things I want to do a little bit of a deeper dive on. Normally in these videos for the live stream, we keep things very high level. We talk about it for like 2 minutes, and then we just blast past it. Today, I want to deep dive into specifically 2 games, primarily because people on Twitter said that I didn't know enough about Starfield. Challenge accepted. I will investigate it. And 2, I want to deep dive into this Avatar game that Ubisoft is working on. So we're going to investigate that and see what's happening. Because Avatar's kind of turned into a giga success, even though people were generally pretty negative. So what are you gonna do? Hound, Luke, your Skeptical Hogwarts video got linked on the subreddit, and so many people seemed to agree. Oh, that's cool. That's cool, Hound. I had no idea. Yeah, the video is doing well, so that probably explains why it's doing particularly well. But that's cool. That's cool. I just think it's really important, and I'm glad to see that the community is healthy enough that they can look at constructive criticism, and also, I would like to think, a little bit more like level-headed looks at those games. Because I swear to God, if I had come out and done that kind of video on like Cyberpunk back in the day, oh baby, all of Satan's armies would have descended on me. So the fact that the audience is so receptive, I think is actually a really good thing, because it means that the people who are most interested in Hogwarts Legacy, the people who are diehard fans following a subreddit around it, those people are willing to be wrong and are looking at it critically, which means that I don't think you're going to see the extreme overhype that we saw with like No Man's Sky or Cyberpunk. People seem to be keeping a pretty level head with it, which is very rare nowadays. So it'll be interesting. The opposite of the Starfield subreddit. I've said it before, so this isn't breaking news, and I'm sure he's a very nice guy. I don't think I've ever spoken to him directly, but what is it? Lone Vault Wanderer on Twitter. If you ever want to see just a simp through and through for Bethesda stuff, oh my God. Like, I've never seen someone throw out so much copium in their life. It's honestly amazing. The only one that's worse is like that Salt guy, whatever. He's also on Twitter. I finally muted him because I couldn't stand his stupid tweets coming up in my feed, but he's the guy that's like a crazy diehard PlayStation fanboy, and he says the stupidest stuff. It's amazing. So like it can be fun, it can be entertaining, but eventually I'm like, okay, some of us have work in the morning. Like I can't, I'm getting a headache, man. I can't. Some people having work in the morning, obviously not me. I don't have a real job. This, yes, we replaced the mic arm. I talked about it before. The Gator whatever arm I was using before sucked absolute ass. This is the new Rode PSA 1 Plus, I think it's called. And it's the like younger brother, newer version of the one that I used like 5 years ago in the studio, the little skinny metal one. I didn't love that one once I swapped to this mic because this mic's too heavy, so it was really creaky and everything. But this one, it's great. I can move it wherever. It's silent and it stays. It's amazing. It's great. How's it going with Star Citizen? Actually, I booted it up yesterday, trying to play on my laptop, and then it crashed, and then I stopped. So, I'm still enjoying it. I think at this point I'm waiting for 3.18 to come out, and then, you know, maybe we'll do a follow-up video. Maybe we'll just do videos where we revisit it every time there's a big update, because we had a lot of people from the Star Citizen world jump in. How long do I think it'll take Sony to port God of War Ragnarok to PC? I'm saying a year. A year seems to be the trend nowadays. They just want to fully milk the sales from all of the people who have PS5s, and then they'll bring it. So I just changed my mic arm to the Elgato low profile. I did see that one. Was legit going to recommend it to you, but I guess I don't need to anymore. Glad you went with an Aussie company though. Yeah, I mean the low profile thing, I was actually looking at those, but I wasn't sure how it would work with like the headphone amp here. And also like, I think I'm used to more clearance, so I don't know how it would work. But I'm glad you got one. Starfield gonna be exactly like all the other Bethesda games, but in space. Like, why people lying? I mean, I kind of agree. I'm willing to be wrong. Like I said, we're gonna do a little bit of a deep dive. We're gonna look at Todd Howard's own statements, a couple of interviews he did. We're gonna look at a Mr. Matty Plays video, deep dive on it. I just want to understand as much as I can about the game before I go out and critique it, because I think what I'm going to do, this skeptical look series has actually been pretty successful. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do another skeptical look at Starfield, kind of like what I did with Maddie, but a little bit more drawn out. 16 times the detail.
16 times the detail.
I would have held up the mug, but it's being washed upstairs because I use it all the time. But you can get 16 times the detail merch at LukeStevensTV.com. Kieran, thank you for watching. Appreciate you. Luke Rafferty. Hey Luke, welcome back. Hope you had a great holiday. I did. Thanks for coming by. Glad to see you. Yeah, it was good. It was, so a lot of you guys heard that, like, Southwest, if you're from overseas, you probably don't know Southwest, but Southwest is a huge airline here in the States, and they previously have been like, I don't know how else to describe them other than like the Chick-fil-A of airlines. Like, they're very, very cheerful, chipper. You go for the happy people, and usually it's just a great experience throughout. However, over the course of Christmas, it was an absolute dumpster fire. So we were all flying out to Arizona, and Nikki's parents were supposed to fly out, but they were hit by that initial wave of cancellations. So they went to airport security at like 7 a.m. They got through the airport. It was really, really busy. They finally get to the gate. The plane's been delayed through and through. So they get to the gate at like 11 a.m. And then, like, this is after they've checked their bags. It took like an hour and a half to stop or to check the bags and stuff. Finally, they get to the gate, and they're just put on an indefinite hold. They're like, what the hell is going on? They're like, well, we have like the plane, we have the fuel, we have everything, but we don't have a pilot, so we can't fly until we have a pilot. And they're like, okay, well, where's the pilot at? And they're like, we don't know. So they wait around for a while, and eventually they just fully cancel the flight. So Nikki's parents say, screw it, we're driving. So they jump in their car and they drive while carrying this old man who needed a ride and didn't have the money to stay in a hotel for another night or two. So they took this old guy all the way to Arizona with them, and they drove like 15, 16 hours all the way. And that's how they got there. Nikki and I went, and we, of course, had Lockie. We didn't check any bags because we heard that that's where most of the problems were. And we ended up, like, our flight got delayed by a few hours, but we were still able to take off and get there just fine. The flight back on, was it Friday? I guess. Yeah, Friday. The Friday flight was fine. No issues there. There was some... I've never seen something like this. Was a man and a wife, like they're young, probably like early 20s. She seemed delightful, like a really sweet girl. And she had a probably 6-month-old to year-old baby with her. And this guy was the dad. He's wearing a big Kansas City Chiefs jersey. He's got his beanie on. Looks like he hasn't showered in a week or two. And initially when I saw them in the terminal in Arizona, I was like, oh, that's sweet. He's like watching the baby and feeding the baby while mom goes to use the restroom or something. Okay. And then he starts like freaking out at her because he doesn't like having to watch the baby by himself, like having a spaz out over it. And he starts like, the mom starts like jogging back over when she sees how pissed off he's getting. And he's like, I told you not to get in the room and go to the bathroom. And he's like very angry. He's like grabbing the baby, holding tight to his side because he's freaking out. She takes him, and it seemed like everything was diffused. I was like, that was weird. Like, that's not cool. But then the mom took the baby, and it seemed like she was used to these types of freakouts before, so she took the baby, told him to go off and do something for himself or whatever, and he left. And I was like, okay, whatever. And didn't think about it. We get on the plane to come to Denver, and he's sitting like a row or two above us because they had a kid, so they loaded with the families and everything as well. And not only does he sneeze incessantly throughout the entire flight without covering his mouth, which already, come on. Like, we just went through COVID and you're going to do that? Like, come on. And over the course of the flight, we couldn't see it because, like, he, of course, was a row or two up, so we didn't have a clear line of sight. But what it looked like to me was that he, like, the baby would be on her lap or his lap. And then whenever pressure changes happen, of course, like, you have to pop your ears as an adult. A baby can't just do that. So you have to help the baby pop their ears to equalize the pressure as they pressurize the fuselage. So you have to give them something to, like, chew on, something to snack on, something like that. Otherwise, they get really uncomfortable, squirmy, they cry because it's uncomfortable. This guy started freaking out when the baby started to get uncomfortable, and he starts like slapping the side of the plane because he's in the window seat. He's like freaking out. He's like hitting it. He's like, get her to shut up. I don't want to. He's like freaking out. And the whole plane is like, what is this dude's problem? And eventually, like, he shuts up and goes away. I don't think they were married. I think he was the baby daddy, and he's a piece of crap. But eventually, like, they land the plane and everybody's offloading, and you don't have to, he looked like maybe 25. Like, he looked like a young guy, but a guy that is going to be in prison in the next year. Did he seem like he was on the spectrum? He seemed like one of those guys that has zero impulse control and zero control of his anger. I don't think he was like autistic or anything. But like, you know, those types of people who just, they have a thought or they get angry and they have to act on it. They can't go like, I feel like punching a couch cushion, but I'm not going to do that because I'm an adult. He has no impulse control like that. So if he thinks I'm going to slap the window of the plane to throw a fit, he'll do it. It was like watching a human man baby. It was insane. But they land and we're all offloading on the plane. And the rule of thumb is that people through aisles, first row empties first, they grab their bags, they leave. The second aisle goes, and then you go all the way through the plane. Above us, and like 2 or 3 aisle or rows in front of this guy, was a family with like 6 kids. So they're all unloading, grabbing their little Mickey Mouse luggage pieces and stuff. And he starts trying to climb around behind the baby's mother to get into the aisle and then to push around the kids to get off the plane 30 seconds sooner. And then when she's like, no, sit down, wait a second, she kind of snaps at him. And then he starts like throwing and hitting the chair in front of him. He's like, no, F these kids, man. F these kids. I was like, who are you? Like, I felt like I was being punked or pranked or something. I feel so bad for her that she has to put up with that man-child. Like, if I was blown away. I was blown away. But it's tough because, like, I'd like to file a complaint with Southwest, maybe get him banned from the airline or something, pull some strings. But at the end of the day, also, being an asshole is not illegal. So they aren't going to do anything about it. I didn't see him do anything illegal. I just saw him being a man baby and a pathetic loser. So I don't know. Like, hopefully he gets help. Hopefully he goes, I don't know if maybe he needed meds and he wasn't on his meds, but he seemed like somebody who needed meds. It was just like, it was unreal. Andrew Tate fan in the wild. Jesus Christ. Kinda. I mean, I don't know, man. It was honestly upsetting because the whole time I'm just thinking, like, that poor kid, that's their dad. That's who they have to look up to. That's so sad. Disrupting the peace is illegal. Yeah.
Disco Cobra 2013 donated $50 for
Oh,
super
that's
chat.
most definitely what's
Howdy
up. Thank
Lou.
you.
Just wanted to wish you a happy new year.
Cheers.
Also, which games would you say are your most anticipated for 2023? I would say for me both the RE4 remake and Dead Space remake are the biggest.
Then maybe Spider-Man 2 and Hogwarts Legacy. First of all, thank you for the 50. Very, very generous. That's most definitely what's up. As for my most anticipated, I mean, the one that I'm watching probably closest is Hogwarts Legacy, of course. I am also very excited for Atomic Heart. I think that looks awesome. So, Atomic Heart in February. Starfield, of course, I think I'd be lying if I said I wasn't heavily intrigued, but no part of that, I think, involves hype for me. I don't look at that game and Wild Hearts looks interesting, but I don't know. Wild Hearts seems like it could be a game that's like perfectly okay. I don't know. But anyway, like, Starfield is interesting and I'm going to cover it. I'm going to play it and all that. But at this point, I really don't know. Like, I wouldn't say I'm hyped about it. What's Atomic Heart? It's that Russian game, or that BioShock looking game set in Soviet Russia. It's really interesting. Am I the only one excited for Armored Core 6? I mean, like, again, excitement's weird. Like, I'm intrigued. I want to see, because of course I like From Software stuff, but that trailer didn't tell us anything about what the game's going to look like. If you look back at the Armored Core games they made back in like 2006 or 2005, maybe, I forgot when it was. Those games I don't think would do well if just like remade in 2023. I don't think those games would do well with modern audiences. So they've got to have some fresh spin on it. But that fresh spin, we have not seen anything about. So that's why I'm waiting. So yeah. I love all the L takes for for Andrew Tate. I saw a guy unironically say free Andrew Tate. I mean, the Andrew Tate stuff, it is really funny. First of all, just the Greta Thunberg, or is it Thunberg, whatever it is, the Greta stuff where she tweets back at him, gets over 3 million likes, and then people say that they arrested him because of what she tweeted, or his reaction to it, because there was a pizza box. That was debunked. That's not actually why they arrested him, but it's really freaking funny to think that that's what happened. So, perception's more important than reality in most cases, and in this case, I choose to believe that that's what happened because it's so freaking funny. As for that guy, you listen to him talk for 15 minutes. There's no way that guy was making money totally above board. There's just no way. Like I said, I met some really shady characters when I was doing commercial real estate. One guy was from Argentina. I think I've told this story before, but he was from Argentina, and he was, I'm pretty sure, like a drug kingpin. I'm pretty sure he would only ever, what was his name? I don't know. I can't remember his name. He had handlers. He had handlers that would have all of his phones. Yes, he had like 5 phones. And so you would call one of his handlers, tell them who you were, and then they would tell him, and then he could choose to talk to you. This man casually would buy $4 to $5 million buildings, sight unseen, with cash. Weird. Because people who are that wealthy know that loans are the way you do things. So if you're that wealthy, but you're just going to throw cash at stuff, especially at that time, rates were really low. So he would go in there and effectively, because debt was so cheap, he would be overpaying for these buildings, paying cash. They weren't like nice buildings. They were like crappy buildings in Aurora, Colorado. It was really, really weird. And then you would listen to him on the phone. You talk to him, and he'd be like, you will have to come down to Argentina sometime. I will get you the best women, the best food, and we can party together. It's like, I want my head to come back attached, dude. Like, it was weird. It was really freaking weird. He said that he couldn't come to like Colorado to sign paperwork because he couldn't get in the States because he was afraid of the federales. Is what he told us. Really weird. But apparently it's okay for him to own real estate in Colorado, but even if he can't come to Colorado, it's just really weird. So I'm pretty sure, we dealt with that. But that guy, like, again, you see a couple warning signs and you're like, this guy's not above board. But, my job is to sell this building. This guy wants to sell the building. We're going to cross all of our T's, dot our I's. And if the title company and their lawyers don't see a problem with it, then we sell the building, and that's fine. Like, we did our job, they did their job, and everybody's happy. But it was really weird. So, like, everybody knew that this guy was probably like a drug kingpin or something. But, you just shut up. You don't say anything, And with Andrew Tate, there was, clearly, you see that guy, there's so many warning signs and red flags. It didn't take a genius to figure out that he was doing something weird. And then, like, you find out some of the stuff he was doing. Like, the charges that he was arrested on, specifically, were that they have multiple women who have said and provided evidence, whether that's pictures or whatever, but they've come out and they've provided evidence that he was taking women and basically keeping them imprisoned down in, like, the basement of some of his mansions, and then forcing them to film and create pornographic content that he would then post to different websites, sell, and make available. So he's basically pimping. Like, it's horrifying. And meanwhile, he's like, you as a man need to stand up and earn an honest wage. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? You are like the worst example of this. Sounds illegal even in Romania. Yeah, now if he was in Amsterdam, I've heard everything's legal in Amsterdam. He sounds like a GTA antagonist. Yeah, basically, this guy, it would not surprise me if he were a GTA character in the next game. No one with money is dropping cash just to drop it. It's inefficient. Well, exactly, Ert, unless they can't get a loan because it would flag all sorts of things because they're not supposed to be, like, maybe they have international wire holds and federal banks aren't wanting to do deals with these guys who are really sketchy. I think that's what it was. I don't think it was that he was stupid. I think it's that he just had so much money he was trying to put it somewhere so that the tax man and the federal governments of various countries couldn't get to him. Dreamin', thank you, my friend. It's gonna play it in just a second, so I'll let it do that. There we go. GTA 6 main villain, Senior Tate. That would actually be really, really funny.
Dreamin' Plays Games donated $9.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you, my friend.
What's up, Luke? How've you been, man? Hope
Very
everything's good. Thanks for another nice chill stream, Blackheart. Also, you wanted to ask if you were gonna try for a review code for Hogwarts Legacy.
Yes, absolutely. I've mentioned this before, but there's a team I've been working with, a sort of talent agency out of LA, and we've been working with them for the last few months, actually, and they've been extremely helpful. They've landed a few big sponsorship deals. They've actually been able to put me in contact with some big studios and developers, and then they've also helped me get review codes because they have direct connections with a lot of these guys. So they got me the Callisto Protocol code. They got me or helped me get in contact with the Sony Santa Monica guys. They've been very, very helpful. So I'm pretty optimistic that we'll be able to get a hold of a Hogwarts Legacy key, which is good because I would need their help regardless. I don't think Warner Brothers would send me a code if they just Googled my name and see that like my top videos of the last 3 months are making fun of their Hogwarts Legacy Collector's Edition, and then also a video where I'm breaking down why you shouldn't be hyped for it. You know, so if they can go in and say, hey, we have a creator with these stats who would like to review your game, how can we make this happen? I think that they stand a much better chance of getting it across the finish line, you know? So I'm optimistic. But we won't know until probably, I would say probably early February. Yeah, Hogwarts Legacy is going to be huge for sure. Got my merch over the weekend. Great quality. Awesome, Dash. Hear that, guys? LukeStevensTV.com. Get your merch. Get your merch. I have a lot more designs coming, but we're just running into some hiccups with the designs. Let's see. No, I agree. I just meant that's why people don't do it. So, man, that rich has to have really good reasons to go. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, the guy was funny, and like once you were on his good side, it seemed like he'd be your best friend. And it seems like he's the guy, if you called him and said, hey, listen, I need $1 million cash. Can you help me? I'll pay you back in a year. He would do it. Like, he would help you out. But I think that's mainly because he just has more money than he knows what to do with. Probably because he's a drug kingpin. Let's see. What are your thoughts on the Metal Gear producer at Konami saying 2023 will have a long-awaited announcement? Yeah, I think they're probably going to announce another Metal Gear game, but I mean, I think it's going to be like Metal Gear Survive. It's going to be a joke. Like, and I don't think anybody's going to really be that interested in it. Or they'll be interested, but I don't think it's going to review well. Maybe a remake? Yeah, maybe, but I still wouldn't expect that to be very good. Let's see. What's your opinion on GeForce Now? I really liked it. I tried it for Watch Dogs Legion, and it worked really well. I was really impressed with it. The Last of Us HBO, I told you guys I got in contact with HBO. They're apparently sending a fun care package thing with a bunch of items from the show, and I don't know what it's going to contain, but they're sending something. They said probably early to mid-January, right before the launch of the show. So I'm intrigued. The show itself looks good. I'm sure it'll be good. The fact that like Neil Druckmann was working on the script and even directed an episode, I think all of that looks great. I'm worried that they're going to try to like make it its own thing, but at the same time with Neil Druckmann there, I don't think they'll do that. I think they're just going to tell the story with new actors and stuff like that. So yeah, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm optimistic. I'll be watching it. Hi Luke, when do you think we'll get news on an open world Star Wars game by Massive? Theories on what it'll be like? I really don't know. They're experimenting with a ton of stuff. It's really tough to make a open world game in a well-established franchise that's known for its world building. I think it's why people are so intrigued by Hogwarts Legacy, because normally, like, let's be real, we know what that world of Harry Potter's like. So if any bit of it isn't in line with what we've come to know and love, it will stand out and stick out like a sore thumb. So you have to be hyper vigilant to make sure that the world is coherent throughout. And that's easier said than done. It really is. So I think that that's one of the biggest barriers for these studios making games like a Star Wars open world game or Harry Potter open world games and things like that. It's just way harder to do than I think people realize. So that's a big part of it. Let's see. Oh, yes, Imperium, I agree. Thank you for reminding everybody. Praise the Dorito Pope, Jeff Keighley. Drop some likes if you can. We've got well over 200 people in here, so we can definitely get over 100 likes in one fell swoop, I think. So drop those likes. It really does help. Have to witness Pedro get his head mashed in if it's greenlit for season 2. Wasn't there a tweet about season 2? I think they... Hold on. The Last of Us season 2. There was some quote somebody said that was like, okay, so Empire Magazine. This is what it is. Empire Magazine. Of course, it's on the wrong input. Give me a second. Gotta press the button. Ah. Okay, here we go. The Last of Us HBO Season 1 synopsis, as described on Empire Magazine, was the 9-part series will have the same focus, charting and events of the game, as well as that of its prequel Left Behind, with room to explore the even more punishing sequel in Season 2. I mean, I think it's a slam dunk. I mean, I think the story is great and it's perfectly capable of explaining it and exploring it. So, yeah, I mean, I think they'll do it. Who they cast as Abby, I don't know. I actually take the stance that I prefer lesser known actors and actresses to play the roles in these shows. I think like it's easy to point at some big actors and be like, oh, if they got like Hugh Jackman to play Joel, it would be great. Yeah, but I don't think you need that. I would rather somebody who's a little lesser known do it. And like Pedro is well known, but he's certainly no Hugh Jackman, you know, and same with Bailey. I can't remember her name, but I think they should just hire from outside, get somebody totally new to play Abby. But the difficulty is playing Abby. I mean, you're going to be dealing with some pretty fierce upwinds or headwinds because good God almighty. Twitter and 4chan and Reddit, they do not like Abby as a character. They're pretty mean about it. But I do believe that girl who played Abby in the games or like did the face scan and the model scan, basically they modeled Abby after her. She is like a Twitch streamer now. I don't know if she's still doing it, but through COVID, I saw that she was regularly streaming, which is kind of cool. Oh, there it goes. I just saw that, Matthew. I was like, why isn't it gone yet? There we go.
Matthew Marceau donated
Bella Ramsey, that's what it is.
$9.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you, Matthew.
Finally finished Ragnarok. Starting the grind through the critique soon once I finish the endgame. Love the vids and streams as always. Happy birthday to me, Grin.
Oh, happy birthday, Matthew. I'm assuming that's what that meant. Happy birthday, my friend. Glad to have you. January 2nd. One of my really good friends, actually, Corey, he has a birthday on January 1st. So he just had his birthday yesterday. So props. Happy birthday. I thought season 2 was already greenlit. That's what I thought, but I think they just say, like, in those descriptions, they're leaving the door open for it, so they could, but I don't know if they actually will. Hopefully. I mean, I think that it's... I guess I should wait. I should wait until we've seen it, because it might suck. Jocelyn on Twitch, still active. Yeah, 55,000 followers on Twitch. Last live 2 days ago. It's for mature audiences. Bring it on. Isn't it kind of weird saying her after playing the game? I mean, it makes it... I don't even know. I guess maybe she was like a model, and then she got hired to do the scan or something. But my understanding is, like, they just did a body scan, and that's it. And then from that, they based, like, the character model, and then they hired whoever it was, Laura Bailey or somebody, to do the voice acting for it. And so that's got to be weirder for her. Like, it's got to be weird for her, right? Like, to just see you, but with a different voice in a game that you're playing. I think it would throw me off. It'd freak me out. But yeah, she streams regularly. 400 subs. That'll do. You know, with donations, she's probably taking in, 2, 3, maybe 4,000 a month. You're not getting rich off of it, but you're doing just fine. You're doing just fine. There you go. In the words of Arthur Morgan, that'll do. Atta girl. Need some integrity. She still gets people in the stream that harass her for The Last of Us 2 sometimes. That's so dumb, dude. Like, do people really not have anything better to do? I know we say that all the time with trolls, but, like, do you not have anything better to do? For real, do you not have anything better to do? Like, you're coming to harass somebody who did a face scan for a game at this point going on 3 years ago? Like, come on. You're all right, boy. Boy. It's probably Cole. You're no Nadia. Oh, God. Well, the tricky thing is, like, I know that there's some people who do it just to be funny. Like, okay, confession time. You know what? We joke around, but sometimes...
We do a little trolling. It's called We Do a Little Trolling.
And last night, I was playing Overwatch, like one last chill game stream before we went back to reality. And I was playing Overwatch with my brother Jacob, or my brothers Jacob, Ben, and Tim, and then Nikki was on with us. And we're playing, having a good time. And then somebody that we know from back in the day, really sweet girl named Mary, pops into the chat. And she's delightful. I mean, she's wonderful. But she had a friend over who brought another friend over. You know those types. So he brought a friend with him to come over to, like, her house and her roommates where they're at. And she was like, I'm going to play some games so you guys can leave, or I guess you can just sit around and watch me play games. Kind of heavily implying that they should leave, right? They had no social cues. So they come in and sit next to her and are, like, talking loudly while she's trying to play Overwatch with us in this Discord call. And it was really annoying. And, like, these guys would talk so loudly and the room was so small that it would just echo. And you couldn't hear anything that anybody else was saying in the Discord call, so long as they were just talking about the stupidest stuff. So we then realized that we needed to do something about this. And specifically, we needed to try and get them to leave, because Mary kind of gently implied that she wanted them to leave, and then they didn't. So they weren't taking the hint. So me and my brothers decided to start roasting these two guys to get them to be uncomfortable enough that they would just leave, and then it would be quiet so we could hear each other think. And so we started like trying to get the guy on the call to talk to him. It's like, dude, you're so loud. You sound like a Taco Bell announcer, whatever that is. And he's like, well, that's actually a compliment because Taco Bell announcers make really good money. I was like, who are you? What do you mean Taco Bell announcers make good money, dude? We're just saying that you're like loud and bombastic. That's it. Okay, calm down. And then I told him, like, actually, the best way I can describe his personality is like Warlord, the friend of King Cobra JFS. That's very, very niche, if you know what I'm talking about. But he's the kind of person that makes stuff up just to like have a story to tell, but like not even a good made up story, like one that's patently false. Like just saying, yeah, my dad is actually the president of ExxonMobil, so I know oil refineries. I've been to 7 different ones, and I actually grew up in the Gulf of Mexico. Like, as meanwhile he's driving like, he didn't have a car. He rode his skateboard over. So like clearly just not true, you know? And he's just insufferable. So we roasted him for like a solid 10 minutes straight. And then he started going on about how we were being disrespectful to him. And I was like, why would we be respectful to you? Like, you're squatting at a friend's house, not leaving when she asks you to leave, and then being super loud. Like, what are you doing? And we're just teasing the crap out of him. And eventually he left and it was fine. And they leave. And then she's like, thank you so much. I needed to get rid of them. They wouldn't leave. I was like, yeah, no problem. They were very, very annoying. We couldn't hear anything anyways. Overwatch brings out the worst in people. I swear it needs to be scientifically studied. Yeah, for this though, like we were having fun in Overwatch, but these guys, it's like if I had 2 people behind me here just yelling into the microphone while I'm in a Discord call trying to play Overwatch. Like, of course, the other people on the call would be like, can you get them to shut up? Like, we can't hear, or at least go on mute or something. Like, they will not be quiet. And they wouldn't leave, even after, like, they put the headphones on and we're like, hey, leave, you're loud. We're trying to, like, mute them and stuff. They wouldn't leave. And so we just started making fun of them. And then they had such thin skin that they left after, like, 2-3 minutes of that, which is pretty fun. It's sometimes people who are bombastic like that, like you got to be able to poke and prod. And honestly, it's okay. You're all like, I'm sure you all are in your own types of Discord groups like this or have your own friend circles, but some friend circles are just built around teasing each other and like poking fun. Like, yes, make fun of me. I don't have a real job. I quit my real job to have a pretend job making YouTube videos. Like, whatever stuff you wanna do. Oh, Gamer Sups is sending a care package. So yeah, I don't know. It's fun, but you got to be able to take it if you're gonna dish it out. Like if you're gonna dish it out and try to be like, oh yeah, well you guys just play video games all day, so you're stupid. Like then you should be able to handle it when we jokingly call you a Taco Bell announcer, and you shouldn't be like, well actually that's a compliment because Taco Bell announcers make good money, dude. Hey Sonny, thank you, my friend. Yeah, me and my friends tease each other a lot. It's kind of how our friend group is. Yeah, it's like that Office thing when Michael Scott was saying, no, you don't understand. Friends play with each other and josh with each other. Like sometimes they'll go, hey, you're fat. And then the other person will go, oh yeah, well, hey, your mom is dead. You know, that's what friends do. And like that's kind of how it works with these like my college friends and stuff. We all poke fun at each other. You know, but we tease Michael, my buddy Michael, all the time because he's incredibly sweet. He's one of the sweetest people you'll ever meet. He's just a teddy bear. But his one thing is during college, we were all so broke that he was a hardcore penny pincher. And one time, just one time, but one time, he ordered a pizza and offered me a slice. And he was like, hey, you want a slice of this? And I was like, yeah, no, that looks really good. It was from our favorite pizza place, Cosmos, with the spicy ranch sauce for the crust. It was great. I love that place. And so he got that. He offers me a slice, and I have the slice. I'm like halfway through eating it, and he's like, you can just Venmo me like $1.50 or something for it. I was like, who the hell are you? Like, you offer me food and then you try to charge me on the back end? Like, what? And we tease him all the time for that, you know? And he'll never live it down. Just like, you know, I'll never live down some of the stuff I did in college. Like, I got really upset. Once again, Michael, I had my TV in the living room, and the TV was like, I got it while I was working selling really nice TVs. So I got it on heavy discount. So it was like, I think like a $4,000 TV. I ended up paying like $700, $800 for it because I got the crazy discount for being the Sony rep in the store. And so it was a very, very nice TV. And it was my baby, you know, but I had it in the living room because it was the only place that it really fit. And we would watch movies together, have movie nights, you know, as a college house. It was really fun. But one day, Michael, again, love him dearly. He's a true character. He was home alone, and he decided he was in the mood to watch Twilight. So he binged like 4 or 5 Twilight movies through Amazon, through my Amazon. And then like he would rent the movie through my Amazon account that was signed into the TV, and then he sent me the money for it. No big deal. That's totally fine. But what happens then is that Amazon thinks that you love Twilight, and everything that they send you and recommend to you on Amazon.com, in the emails, wherever, is all Twilight stuff. So for like 2 months, everything I saw on Amazon was Twilight related. And it's like kind of amazing. And so like kind of peeved about it. We also had another roommate that would regularly invite over like complete strangers. He met them for like an hour at a bar, and then he'd invite them over to like watch movies on my nice TV and stuff. And they would get up there, and I found like greasy handprints on it one day because a guy went up and touched it and stuff. It was really, really weird. It made me really uncomfortable. And so I said some crap about having like an audit come in. Like I was like, yeah, somebody's going to come audit. They just have to make sure that the TV is business use. So I'm going to move it in here, like into my room next to the rest of my stuff, just so it looks good. It was total bullcrap. Like I just didn't want that roommate bringing homeless people over to mess with my stuff. And like, you know what? Tease me about that. Yes, that TV is and was my baby, and I loved that thing. And I lied and made crap up to try and protect it from the homeless people that my roommate was bringing in. Like, whatever you want to do. Like, we all have stories that make us look ridiculous. That's fine. But if you're going to dish it out, you got to be ready to take it, you know? Yeah, the greasy paw prints. I'm also pretty sure that those guys stole sunglasses out of my car. I had like a 2000 Volvo station wagon. The thing probably had a Kelley Blue Book value of like $20. But I drove that for years and years. And one day, like, one of the things about it, you would lock the car, and like 20% of the time, the back, like hatchback thing wouldn't lock, but all the other doors would. And one day, I locked the car, went inside, went to bed. I came out the next morning. The driver's door is open. Passenger door's open. And Nikki had just bought me a new pair of like Ray-Ban sunglasses. This would have been like the December of 2018, I think. Maybe the January of 2018. She had just bought me some really nice sunglasses. And I loved them. They were great. And I had kept them in the case in that car in like the center console. And some dude had crawled in from the back hatchback door, over the back seats, into the front seats, rifled through everything, stolen the sunglasses, tried to get the radio out. He couldn't get the radio out. And then rifled through the glove box. So all the napkins were everywhere and everything. And on the windows of the car were these super gross Sasquatch looking handprints and smears. Like if you dipped your hand in like some sort of gross lard and then you just touched all over a car window, that's what it looked like. Like I don't know what this guy had been digging through, but it was crazy. And I called the police. I filed the police report, but they're like, honestly, the resale value of those items is like $50 or $100. I get that they're like $200 sunglasses, but like selling at a pawn shop, he's going to get $50 for them. Honestly, this type of stuff doesn't really show up again. And so we'll file it, but it's probably not going to result in anything. And sure enough, it didn't. It just disappeared. I have no idea whatever happened to that stuff. But now I'm obsessive about that type of security, you know. There's a reason all around my house we have cameras set up. We have all this. I mean, also just YouTuber security, like it makes sense. But I never go anywhere and leave my car unlocked. We don't do any of that stuff. I take it very seriously. They're still out there touching some other person's TVs. Yep, exactly. Getting their greasy mugs on it. Speaking of random like college stuff, random college house stuff, did you guys hear about that Idaho 4 case? If you haven't heard about the Idaho 4 case, basically like in a college house, very similar to the one that I went to college in too, like 4 people in early November in Moscow, Idaho were just brutally murdered. Stabbed to death. It was crazy. And the case like was quiet for 7 months, not 7 months, 7 weeks. Sorry, 7 weeks, 7-8 weeks. And yeah, this is it. They just arrested the guy. So like these 4 people, this was taken the day that or like the day before maybe. But these are the 4 people that were killed just in their college room, in the college house. They were sleeping at like 3 a.m. This guy, apparently, they found DNA evidence. He had been trying to cover up the crime. He was getting his PhD in criminal psychology at the school that they went to. And he had been like planning this, stalking them. And he broke into the house, killed all 4 of them, finished the semester, and then drove back to Pennsylvania with his family and has been living there for Christmas break like nothing happened. And you look, I mean, he's just been arrested and charged with 4 first-degree murder charges and felony burglary, and he looks like this. Like even a little smirk. It's insane. But they got the guy. But it makes you realize, like, you just never know. You got to be careful. It can be a scary world, but, you know, you got to take whatever precautions you can. But the house they lived in apparently was a party house. And the rule of thumb was that you don't lock the doors because it's a party house. People got to be ready to come in and out whenever. And, you know, who knows? The police haven't said if the doors were locked that night. It doesn't sound like they were. It sounds like he just opened the sliding glass door. But they would post like TikToks of themselves and say like, oh, the door's always unlocked because we're always ready for a party and stuff. And he was like, okay. And this creep goes in and does that. Like, it's pretty horrifying. You never know what can happen. Got to be careful out there. Yeah, it's pretty horrible. And let me be clear, like, I'm not in any way saying any of that was the fault of the victims. Nobody should ever have to worry about a creep coming into their house at 3 a.m. Did I hear about his Reddit post? I did. I don't know if that's real, though. Or I saw the thing where he's asking for respondents on his like survey thing he did. So that's real. But there was like a 4chan post where a guy pretended to be the killer and said that he was hiding out in Pennsylvania. I don't think that's real. Always pay attention to people's eyes. Trust your gut. Yeah, we've developed over millions of years gut instincts. And when somebody gives you a weird vibe, trust it. Absolutely. I mentioned like There's the ongoing case with the stalker that Nikki and I had to deal with. And I haven't talked about it or made a video on it or anything because it's still ongoing. He has an arrest warrant out for him. They are trying to find him. But that arrest warrant was issued from the bench in Larimer County, Colorado, in Fort Collins back in May. And he's been hiding out since then. So we don't know where our stalker is. That's pretty horrifying, right? They think he's in California, but they don't know for sure because obviously if they knew, he would be arrested. But that whole case started just from girls in our college class who saw this guy and were like, he's weird. There's something about him that just creeps us out. It didn't help that he had like crack teeth, like a crack addict, like really gross, weird teeth. Meanwhile, he's trying to say that he's like, I don't know, he would change his background, making up where he was from, and then he would every day it would change. And each time he asked for a ride, you drop him off at a different motel. And when you asked him why he wasn't staying at that other motel, he would just say really kind of vaguely and scarily, he'd be like, "Oh, they're just cruel. They were so cruel to me." Okay. Cracked teeth. I mean, I think some of them were cracked, literally, but also they were like druggy teeth. But yeah, that guy, I don't know what happened to him. Maybe he's in this chat right now. He told us his name was Doug. His actual name's Brooke. Hi, Brooke. Hi, how you doing? Fuck you. So we'll see. You just never know. He thought that I wouldn't get the police involved. He like tried to dare me on it. I was like, watch me. And then sure enough, he's facing like felony stalking charges. Sucks to suck, bro. But yeah, we're like the charges are sitting there. We're waiting. We'll see what happens. I have no idea, but hopefully they get him and pick him up soon. Cause that trial will be so entertaining. I swear to God, like the moment that happens, I will let you guys know. Cause I think you guys, yeah, some random guy named Brooke is watching the stream. Like, what? No, you know who you are. Don't worry. If you think it's you, it's probably you. If you don't think it's you, it's not you. You would know if you had these charges because you would have appeared in court a few times. But this guy, yeah, when the trial happens, you, I believe, can access the court cam freely and openly online. So you guys technically could watch the trial remotely, I think. That's my understanding. So when that happens, I mean, I'm sure it won't take a genius to figure it out. You know, where to watch that, but I think it'll be very entertaining. Spamming in the trial chat. Yeah, we'll get Asmongold to live stream it. So you're going to stream it? I won't stream it, but if you wanted to watch it, I think you could. Oh yeah, by the way, you notice in the top pinned thing, Carl got the pinned comment of the day because Carl was the first person to be waiting for the stream 13 hours early. So cheers, Carl. Just binged your mega review comps. Subbed yesterday, started with the Uncharted series. Really love your videos and how structured they are. Awesome, Crowmaker. Appreciate you. Or Crowmaker. Thank you. We have a 0 tolerance for Brooks here. Instant ban. No crap. No cap. No cap. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. There's people who are very scarily deranged. And you just, the horrifying thing is that you never really know, often until it's too late. Oh, Darren, did it not play? Hold on. Hold up. The YouTube notifications for these things are really, really finicky. I don't know why. YouTube's got to fix it. Are you hopeful for the AC franchise? I am. They've got a lot of stuff going. I mean, Mirage, it's still really weird. We don't know anything about it, or next to nothing about it. The leak of the mobile game that they showed off, that looked really good, but again, anything can look good in testing. It's the final version that matters. So I'm optimistic. The fact that they're taking so much time to work on this next one and these next few projects is really or is really encouraging to me, and it makes me optimistic. So I think Assassin's Creed is in the best position it's been in a long time to at least surprise people and impress people. But usually what it seems like happens is that Ubisoft has like a good idea for what they want to do, and then that good idea is just like overstretched. It's like Origins, the idea was to kind of do The Witcher 3 blending with Assassin's Creed. I thought it worked pretty well. Odyssey, they took it up a notch. Some people didn't like it because they went kind of above and beyond. They did a lot there, probably too much, and lost focus in a few spots. And then Valhalla, they just totally went overboard, and they just, drowned in the ocean because they went just clear off starboard. And with this reinvention that they're seeming to do with Assassin's Creed Infinity, I think initially it'll be really good, but probably by the end of this decade, people will start to be like, okay, we need a reboot, got to figure something out. So we're going to see. As a Pakistani, I'm super hyped for Mirage. I've been waiting for a proper AC game which takes place in the region since AC Chronicles. Yeah, no, and I really hope they nail it. And I think people often mistake my skepticism as cynicism, which is why I've been trying to stress it in these videos, because people misunderstand. Like, to be skeptical doesn't mean that you're just trying to be a cynical prick. It doesn't mean that you're just trying to shoot stuff down for the sake of shooting it down. It just means that you're looking at it and you're not convinced until you have reason to be convinced. So I would love to be hyped for Mirage, but they've given me literally nothing to be excited about it. I just don't know what to be hyped about. So hopefully they can surprise me and get me hyped, but we're just going to have to wait and see. I fell in love with AC Odyssey, probably my top 10 favorites of all time. Major surprise to me. Yeah. Well, and it's one of the reasons we've been doing these I Tried things, and you'll see this year we'll do a lot of these defense of videos. And the basic idea is just to do kind of like what we did with Odyssey, where it's a game that a lot of people have dismissed, not because it's bad, but simply because everybody else asserts it as bad. And it seems like the general consensus is that you are supposed to hate it, so everybody hates it, right? And that's just not... I don't think that follows. And I think it leads to a lot of people being very... or missing out on a lot of good stuff. Because, Days Gone received really negative reviews up front. Now people try it and they're like, it's actually one of my favorite games on the PlayStation right now. I'm really, really enjoying it. I'm like, no, but it's just because the initial reviews were negative, so everybody concludes that it must be really negative, right? So hopefully these videos in this series kind of levels it out for people and lets them see some games and try some games that they would have otherwise dismissed. It's probably the most interesting thing about High on Life, actually, is that High on Life, it's a solid game, but if it had received 8.5s across the board, I don't think it would have been the sensation and phenomenon that it turned into over the course of December. I think it's just because reviewers were so negative towards it that people loved the thing that reviewers hated and the media hated. And so it just became easy to be like, yeah, no, it's great. See, media sucks. And it just kind of fulfilled that cycle. So sometimes that type of thing happens, and it's really funny when it does. Let's see. How about the Uncharted movie? I'll be real, Darkland. I thought the Uncharted movie was pretty ass. I'm going to be real. Black Pain found you through your 5-hour long The Last of Us Part 2 video. It's just phenomenal. Oh, I appreciate you, Black Pain. Yeah, those videos I do love dearly. I can't make them for every game, but the videos or the games that I do make them for are games that I really am interested in. And it's mainly because it helps me learn more about the game. I know those games like Cyberpunk, The Last of Us, and God of War like the back of my hand now.
£5 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
What do you think of the rumors that Bethesda is relaunching paid mods for Skyrim this year, especially so close to Starfield?
I don't know. I would find it weird, especially because paid mods to begin with seemed like a method to boost revenues right before a sale of ZeniMax, which is why I predicted that sale. So doing it now, I think it would only be a sign of Xbox desperately trying to increase revenues. And they're doing that through this. What's weirding me out about it, though, is I don't think that they're making... If they brought it back, I don't think they would make much money through Skyrim paid mods. If they announced it for Starfield, that's a different story. I think that makes sense. Okay, paid mods for one of the biggest launches of the year. Okay, that makes sense. So, you know, I think I could understand why they were trying to do it if they announced it for Starfield. If it's just a Skyrim thing, that would be really weird to me. As for what I would like, I don't think it... I think 99% of the time it just makes things worse. Honestly, Uncharted film would have been fine if casting was done right. Unfortunately, they dropped the ball with casting. Well, and also they tried so hard to try and make it like cool with the what's his name? Mark Wahlberg. I almost said Patrick Warburton, but that's not him. Mark Wahlberg, yeah, I think he was a really weird choice. And Mark Wahlberg, I think the guy's like, seems like a nice enough guy nowadays. Wouldn't have liked to know him when he was young, but nowadays he seems fine. But almost every movie, he just ends up playing himself over and over and over and over again. Same with freaking Spider-Boy, like Tom Holland. He just kind of ends up playing himself in every movie he does. And I just don't find that very interesting. Like, I've seen Tom Holland. I'm good, you know. Same with, like, Chris Pratt. I feel like every movie, he's just Chris Pratt. He's back. Tell a friend. The Rock, yeah, The Rock's the same. Say hi to your mom for me. Yeah, that's for real. Justice for Rocky. Get back in your cage, Rocky. Yeah, I don't know, man. Thoughts on Crime Boss, March 28th. I need to see more about it. I think, like, it'll scratch a very real itch. People love the GTA style stuff, and clearly that's just meant to be GTA light. But we'll see. We'll see. Have you played or would you ever play Tarkov? I did buy Tarkov. I was going to make a video on it. I just haven't gotten around to it yet. So yeah, the answer is yes. I've not played it yet, but I have it and I will play it. I just have to figure out when. So we'll get to it. Rad, we might be able to do that at the end of the stream. I got to get through my docket real quick. So put a pin in it. Remember it. It's going to be a wave-based shooter. Oh, no way. Is that true, Crimson? In that case, I'm far less interested. But they know what they did. They pitched it as like a GTA spin-off thing. So like they know what they did. Payday style and all. Of course they did. Oh, God. Let's see. Eric, let's see. What are your top 3 anticipated games this year and why? Greetings from Norway. Greetings! I really want to go to Norway. I'm super jelly. I've actually, Nikki and I seriously looked at trying to do like visas and live in like Scotland or the UK for like 6 months to a year. I think it'd be super fun. I can do these types of videos and streams internationally, so I think we could do it. And I think it'd be super, super fun. But it's complicated.
Eric donated 50 Norwegian kroner through Super Chat.
Norwegian kroner. As for top 3 anticipated games, I'd say probably Hogwarts Legacy. I'm really intrigued by Atomic Heart and Suicide Squad, so those are probably tied for me. I'd probably lean towards Suicide Squad. But so Hogwarts Legacy, Suicide Squad, and then I probably have to say Starfield. Like I'm very much anticipating that, you know. Living in the UK isn't fun, only visit. What would like a 6-month stint in the UK be classified as living there or still like staying there and vacationing there? I don't know. You got a game for me? Bring it on, Rocky. Because I've heard like the energy bills alone are insane right now. Like the UK has kind of gone to crap in the last year and a half. Plus, I'll be real. I hate your king. Your king's a dumbass. I don't know what to tell you. I'm sorry I had to be the one to break it to you. I don't think this is a controversial take. It seems like I don't think I've come across a single Brit that I've spoken to who likes King Charles. Everybody's like, no, screw that guy, which is pretty funny. Yeah, I cannot stand that guy. He's also big into like the green revolution farming thing. Like, yeah, he's a dumbass through and through, but that's a whole other story. It's a whole other story. Yeah, Cammy, if you guys remember Cammy before like the queen died, she was still like, oh, the day that the queen dies and he takes over is going to be a dark, dark day. She's like, I think there's going to be a lot of people who riot and try to get somebody else to take over. Which sure enough did happen. They've been arresting people at appearances he makes for saying, who elected you? And stuff like that. They arrest people for that, for disturbing the peace, which I find really, really funny. Yeah, he's just a terrible person. I can recommend Norway, living there at the moment. Nikki's family is all from Finland. So she's, her whole family is scattered around like North and Eastern Europe. And so I think if we went, like, it wouldn't be like we'd be totally out on a limb on our own. But every time I see it, it's like a deep calling to me. I just feel like that's where I belong. That's where I belong. You know? Like, I've never been there, but I do feel attracted to that. The day before, I think we talked about this, Rocky. It's the most wishlisted game on Steam, I believe, if I'm remembering, if this is the one I'm thinking of. It's a very, very hotly anticipated game. And while I think what they've shown is interesting, I don't really understand the hype. Because it seems like this studio is not really well known. I don't really know what the hype is about. But you know what? Who knows? Maybe it will be great. What do I know? Maybe. I think we did. It was a while back because it's been in the talks for a while, but I do have it on my wish list. I'm keeping an eye on it. The dev is very sus. Only did mobile games, I think, most of which got canceled or flopped. Weird. We'll try it. I mean, we'll give it a shot. The new king has 16 times the detail. Finland is so chill, recommend. What I do know is Nikki's mom went to Finland like last year, or 2 years ago maybe. But she went to Finland and she was like, they had the most delicious pastries. Unbelievable. But every single one had like a fish on top of it. She's like, I don't know why. It would be like an amazing cinnamon roll looking thing. And then there's just like a little sardine on top of it. And she said that they would get really offended if you, an American, came and like took the fish off and then ate it. I was like, okay. It's just funny. Ethan, Oxway from Discord. Oh, awesome. Glad to have you. Gotta love that herring. Yeah, I've had pickled fish. I've had weird stuff like that before. But that type of thing is just very common over there. And so I think it would take some getting used to. Can't believe I overslept. I've been waiting for the live stream. Oh, well, I'm glad you made it nonetheless. You made it. Just curious, did you watch Overwatch Avatar 2? And if you did, what format did you watch it in and enjoy it? Watched it in 3D, and I don't know if I enjoyed it in regular screenings. I've not seen it yet. I have tickets and stuff ready, so I'm gonna go see it, but I've not seen it yet. I've heard that they have moments that they swap between 24 FPS and 48, which sounds like absolute ass. I don't know why they would do that. That's unbelievable to me. It's so stupid. It's one of like, I love The Dark Knight as a film. I cannot stand that they regularly bounce between IMAX ratio, like aspect ratio of like 4:3 and cinematic like 21:9. If you've never noticed that in that movie, go watch The Dark Knight and you will see that they regularly bounce between really thin and big and square. They do it all the time. Drives me crazy. It's like the perfect movie besides that. And it's the same kind of thing. Same kind of thing. Yeah. I don't know. It drives me crazy. But as for what format, probably not 3D stuff. I don't think any of the theaters locally still do that. Like the big theater that I normally go to movies at is like this big Cinemark XD thing, and it has the huge, IMAX size screened and improved audio stuff. But I don't think they can do 3D stuff anymore. I think they shut it down. Huge chance that will be done for Oppenheimer. Yeah, I'm really excited for that too. I just love Christopher Nolan stuff, but it drives me crazy. I don't know why he does that. I'm sure he has some explanation that's super technical and stuff. I just find it really distracting. Every few seconds, it was a different ratio. Literally, the movie was exhausting to watch. Yeah, once you notice it, you can't turn your brain off to it. Doesn't sound like something I'd notice even though. Transformers 4 was egregious for changing their aspect ratios. I just like, if there's a reason for it, I want to hear it, and maybe I'll end up agreeing. But all I know is, like, for me, it just feels like they had like two different teams with two different cameras filming stuff, and then they tried to just put it together in post. And it just weirds me out. I don't know why. Tenet, I've not seen Tenet yet. It was on my list, and then I don't remember why I didn't end up seeing it. They do it to the Marvel movies on Disney Plus. Oh, God. Switch between aspect ratios. They also, apparently, a lot of streaming services are just cropping stuff in now. The really thin aspect ratios, they're just cropping and cutting off the edges so that it sits at like 16:9. I think it's just because it works better with their codecs for like transcoding through the servers or something. It's really dumb. I've not seen Avatar 1 or 2, but the fact 2 is getting amazing reviews is completely turning me off. That turns you off? I don't know. I think most of it is that people really, really don't like when the media says that something's bad. Like, it almost turns into a self-fulfilling prophecy. People find out that the media hates something, and they're like, well, I hate the media, so therefore I must love that thing. And for like, it's the same thing with Twitter opinions. So like, people will say, I really hate my little footrest is getting caught in the wheel. People will say like, oh, the media or Twitter really hates High on Life. I'm going to try it because screw those guys. And then they end up liking it, right? Or they really, really hate or are being really negative towards Avatar 2. And then they end up watching it and they're like, no, I actually really liked it. Screw the media. And so a lot of it is just contrarianism at this point. Like, I'm sure Avatar 2 is fine. I'm sure it's graphically really impressive. But one of the things that made the original Avatar so successful is that it was the first crazy high budget 3D movie that came out that really took advantage of the tech, and it did a great job of that. And so it was like a technical showcase mixed with a movie. But you watch that movie, it's basically just like Dances with Smurfs, it's it's just that. I find the storytelling, the acting to be pretty lackluster, but it's a visual masterpiece, and it's a popcorn flick, really. And with Avatar 2, I haven't seen it yet, but I'm expecting it to be a similar thing where it's like the story is kind of blah, and then the acting is fine, but the graphics and the fidelity of everything is crazy. I do expect that 48 to 24 FPS swapping thing is going to drive me crazy. Honestly, that type of thing tends to make me like motion sick. So I would expect I probably come out of the movie feeling kind of gross. I'd rather just watch it at 24 FPS and just leave it. Oh, James Gunn firing DC actors. My understanding is that he very well might be breaking contracts, and they are getting sued by some of the actors that they've fired. I think for good reason, because a lot of these actors turned down other roles and have walked away from stuff to stay available for those films that never ended up getting made. So, but it's not really James Gunn's fault at that point. It's more on the DC executives that failed to provide films for those guys. We're getting a Warhammer show at least. Yeah, I'm very excited for that. Glass Onion was incredible. I love Ryan Johnson. Who's Ryan Johnson? Who is that? Because I did watch that while I was on vacation. He's the director. Did Knives Out, Last Jedi, Looper, Brick, Rogue One. He's 5'5". Wow. Yeah, I thought Glass Onion was fine. I thought it was really funny that they had Dave Bautista doing the influencer and playing an influencer. I thought that was really funny. I thought it was like a good popcorn flick. I'm 5'5". Yeah, who knew? Nathan's 5'5". Yes. I don't know. I thought it was fine. Like, I didn't think it was amazing. I thought it was like a good movie. You know, I kept waiting for like a double or a triple twist, but there wasn't. Like, it was just that thing. Like, it was just, I don't want to spoil it, but I thought it was fine. It was a good movie. I'm glad I watched it. I would give it like a thumbs up. I wouldn't say it's amazing, but I would give it a thumbs up, you know. I've not seen Knives Out yet, though. I need to go watch that. Nathan's the Short King. I think that works. Well, Crowmaker, the setup is slightly rearranged, mainly because I'm waiting on one thing, like one lens that's coming in, I think on Thursday. That will help me kind of adjust everything. So, this camera angle, basically this lens used to be on this camera, but I swapped them. So now this lens is here. And then this lens is of course on here, mainly because the feedback from a lot of you guys is that you really like the wide camera angles, but you'll notice everything around me is super, super dark. That's because this is a 24 to 35 millimeter lens, and the bottom floor on the aperture is f4.0. That means like this thing, by the way, can go down to like f1.4. So it can open up really wide to get really soft bokeh, let a lot of light in, and it helps balance the lighting and everything else. But this lens can't do that. So this lens has to be very, very, everything has to be very, very well lit. Otherwise it appears really dark. The lens I have coming on Thursday has this aperture. It can open up to f1.4, but with this wide angle. So it should fix everything. It should give us the best of both worlds. It'll look really soft and gooey in the background while letting in some good light so that the rest of the scene is lit properly. And it will also retain the wide angle. So Thursday, that lens will come in. We're going to test it out. If it looks great, awesome. If it doesn't, I'll probably just end up swapping everything back. But enough of you guys have said that you really like the wide angle that I've just decided to keep it. Ethan Rose. Hold on.
Ethan Rose donated $50 through
change.
Super Chat. Merry late Christmas, slightly smiling face.
Slightly smiling face. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. That's very generous. Merry Christmas. Merry Chrysler. Merry Chrysler. Thank you so much. Yes, we also changed out the boom arm on the mic. Oh my God, it's so much better. I don't know what I have been doing all this time, but this is so much better. It's not even funny. It's ridiculous. I also got this little angle thing for the XLR so that it's not like cranking the cable as much. I missed you during the break. I'll be real, guys. I also missed you guys. I was actually going a little stir crazy. I know. Oh, he said he missed it. No, like I actually did miss streaming and talking with all of you guys. I don't know. It's become part of my like day-to-day, part of my week. I look forward to catching up with everybody and talking about games and hanging out. Rocky, back in your cage. Like I actually like really missed it. And I was like, you know, we were doing something. I think we were headed to dinner or something, and I had like the impulse. I was like, what if I just pulled on my phone and I streamed like just for a little while and caught up with everybody? And then I was like, no, I don't know. No, I can't. I told Nikki I'd be I wouldn't work. I wouldn't do any of that. So I turn my brain off, but he misses me. Greetings from Australia. Are you hyped for Dead Space remake? Yeah, I'm intrigued. I hope it's good, but Fex, a few reasons. For one, the quality of the viewer experience on YouTube seems to be a lot higher. We did a survey of people who were watching the streams, and something like 95% of people said they preferred watching on YouTube, mainly because you could like pause the video, you can rewind. If you come into the stream late, you can start at the beginning, go on like 2x speed and catch up, and then watch the stream in real time. So like the quality of the watching experience is way higher. The difference is like, I think chat is way worse on YouTube. I think like the culture around subs and gifteds and stuff is different on YouTube. You guys recently have been incredibly generous, so don't get that twisted. The sheer number of donations and contributions you guys make, incredibly generous. I'm always humbled by it. But on Twitch, like they have prime subs, so you can just like sub for free, and that's money to me, and you get the perks on the stream. So there are things like that, you know, that are just different. On YouTube, that's not really a thing. People are very much used to coming to YouTube and watching for free, and so the idea of like becoming a member and subbing is not a super common thing on YouTube, at least not yet. I think they'll get there, but not yet. So there's that. And then as for other stuff, like Twitch is just kind of turning into a bit of a cesspool. There's clearly double standards for different streamers. So some people can get away with literally doxing people, and it's totally fine. Twitch doesn't do a thing. And then like, you know, other people say like the word cracker while talking about their snack that they're eating that day, and they get permabanned. You know, and yeah, YouTube's its own kind of cesspool, but at least it's a cesspool I'm very familiar with and I know how to navigate. With Twitch, it just feels like it's a total wasteland, and you can piss off Twitch admins for no reason. So there's that. I mean, it's tricky because we did get partnered like right as we made the switch to YouTube. It's funny, we were streaming on YouTube when I got the email saying that I was being offered Twitch partner, which I find really funny. Like I'm the only Twitch partner who has never streamed on Twitch as a partner. So like, but since we've come over to YouTube, I mean, right now we're sitting at 222-ish concurrent viewers. That's a lot. That's a lot. On Twitch, I think our max was like averaging maybe around like 55 to 60. So I think that that's a big part of it, but I'd be lying if I said that they're like, I don't miss the native integrations, the fact that like the chat bot just works and I don't have to like copy and paste the pop out chat to get it working. Emojis worked properly over there. Here, they barely work. There's so many things on YouTube that are just hanging together by threads. But Rocky, I got a story for you. I was watching one of my friends on Twitch, and this random guy asked me, am I a mod for you? And I was like, yeah, and he totally lost it and started fangirling over you and me. That's awesome, dude. That's funny. And I still get weirded out when people like, I don't know, weirdly fangirl or fanboy, whatever, over this whole thing. Like right now, I'm just some dude sitting in his basement talking into a microphone and into glass and silicon. Like this thing is very weird. When you look at it, like if aliens came down, they'd be like, what on earth are they doing? And so like, for me, I can often forget that like if I put up that Hogwarts video, it's going to be seen by hundreds of thousands of people. That's still weird to me, you know? And I have YouTubers I watch and follow, and if I got a shout out by one of them, I'd probably get giddy, even though I know for a fact that they're just a person, you know? There's nothing special about this. Like, do you guys remember that one guy, he was on like a panel, Twitch streamer. says he's better than everyone. Yeah, that's somebody else's searches. It's this guy. Hold on. Like this guy. This is the most toxic thing ever. And like, I try very hard not to be like this guy, but people treat you like you're this guy all the time. And I'm like, no, like I'm just a dude. There's nothing special about me. But like, listen to how this guy talks about himself. And that's how I feel like a lot of people look at people they watch on YouTube and stuff. And it's more cringe to me than if you just like came in and were like, hey, Luke, whatever. I guess, yeah, it's good seeing you. Whatever. I don't care. Like, it's just so weird. Like, there's nothing special about us, but sometimes people drink their own Kool-Aid, and that's what this guy did. And by the way, this guy is not like a big streamer. I think he averaged maybe like 15 concurrent subs or something, or viewers. I don't know what he was doing on a panel. It's really weird to me, but whatever.
Streamers that I want to relate to them.
It's so cringe.
I want them to
Buckle
be
up.
I want them to be cool. I want them to have that unique aspect.
Everyone, put your oven mitts on because the face palming is about to begin.
That all of us strive to have, but I need there to be a little bit of a relationship because I don't want to talk to a fucking wall.
Okay, but well, part of the thing for me is I specifically don't want my viewers to have any kind of relationship with me.
Fair.
So like that's like it kind of works out, right?
Yeah.
I'm kind of like I'm hitting my goal.
Yeah.
But
No, you totally are.
And as weird as that sounds, and it's like it's kind of like low key like God complex kind of thing. Is I don't feel like many of my viewers should relate themselves to me because, and this is like super like kind of like God kind of weird. Is like I do think of myself as better than. Or not better, but like bigger.
This is going sideways.
There's no good way to say this. I think of myself as like above the average person, so I don't feel like many people could relate to me. As like bad as that sounds, I know, but like that's just.
Yeah,
How did my whole speech?
He's no longer, let's just say, a super successful streamer. I think we looked him up one time, and he had like, I don't know, it was like maybe. I think he had streamed like 2 weeks before and there was like, 20 views on the video. Like any viewership he had dried up real quickly after that. Cause he's like, for one, I don't want to talk to you guys. I don't want you to have a relationship with me. And also I have a God complex. Like, just immediately everyone's like, okay, well, screw this guy. Like he just wouldn't stop talking. He's just digging away. It was unbelievable. Oh, it's still one of my favorite videos of all time because like you're watching a guy just destroy any chance he has at being successful. And it's also like, I don't know what, I guess if I'm trying to be really generous. Okay, he's like, I don't really want a close personal relationship with viewers. Like, okay, maybe he's saying, maybe he means it like, I'm streaming to entertain you. I don't want to pretend like we're best friends or like, you've seen it like the hot tub streamer types say this kind of thing where they're like, no, I'm streaming to entertain you. We're not in a relationship if you donate to me. We're not in a relationship if you are like one of my most loyal subs. You're just a person that's watching my content, right? Like, let's leave it there. There's no fake relationship here. I can get that. But what he's saying is like, he doesn't want to even have like contact with his viewers because he thinks that he is above them. he describes himself as having a God complex. Like, oh God, it's just so bad. It's so bad. I don't know. And especially like, it would make more sense to me. I still think it would be like a stupid thing to say, but it would make more sense if he were like a Hassan level streamer, like crazy successful, makes millions of dollars, and is like top of the top lists of streamers. That would make sense to me. But yeah, I just, with this guy, like he wasn't even a very successful streamer. And he's talking like he's a god among men. It's like, dude, you're playing video games for people casually on stream. Like, you're not doing anything crazy. I try to keep very level-headed with this type of thing. Like, no matter how serious or like how many heated debates we might get into over this stuff, we're still just talking about video games at the end of the day. This is not that serious, okay? It's just not. Like, I can make fun of Hogwarts Legacy or Starfield or Hideo Kojima. I can poke fun at these things, and like people will make death threats and things to me, and I could like try to escalate, but we're just talking about video games at the end of the day. This whole thing is stupid. Like, come on, it's big for us because we care about it. You know, we care about video games because it's our hobby. We're passionate about it, but at the same time, it's not like we're debating, you know, foreign policy that's going to affect the lives of millions. You know, like this is the hobby we're passionate about, but it's not that serious, right? But you watch some of these like Twitch streamers doing like, you know, the Twitter drama or the Twitch drama streams regularly, and you would think that this stuff is like, you know, you're trying to decide where to send the nuclear weapons to. And it's like, no, you're just talking about like Shocker. David Dobrik is like a really creepy, just asshole, like Shocker. Yeah, nobody's surprised by that. Ms. Kiff, are you telling me he's a punk? You watch his stream for 2 seconds and you'll realize this guy probably shouldn't have an audience and shouldn't be super wealthy. It's pretty cringe. Like, it's not that serious. It's really just not. This whole thing is stupid, but we can still have fun with it, right? That's just how it is. Arno, let's see. Happy New Year, Luke. Best wishes from Brazil. I have a question. Do you think it's worth it to pre-order Hogwarts Legacy, or is it just going to be another unfinished, unpolished mess like most games today? Arno, my biggest concern is that this is coming from a studio that has never done a game this big, and it's been delayed a lot. In the past, every time a small studio has gone on to try and produce something huge, it launches pretty rough, even after delays. Look at Days Gone. That was a small studio, had never done anything on the scale of a big AAA release. I think the game's still good, but it took a while to get refined and polished to the point where it was really, really solid. And I would say my gut is telling me that Hogwarts Legacy launches in a bit of a rough state. They've done some stuff that helps. Like they delayed the last gen versions and the Switch version. Those are delayed out, so they don't try to balance those and polish those at the same time they're polishing current gen stuff. So I think they've done stuff to help, but it's history is the best indicator of future performance, right? The past performance indicates future performance. And if we're trying to extrapolate from past data points what will happen this time around, it almost all points in the direction of it launching pretty buggy and pretty iffy. Still could be a great game, but usually games like this in this type of situation launch a little rough. So I would not pre-order if I'm being honest, but let's be real. A lot of people are still going to pre-order. Let's be completely honest. Cars 3 was huge. What do you mean? Yeah, I don't think a lot of people realize. If you go through that comment section, you'll see a lot of people who are like, wait, I thought it was the other Avalanche. A lot of people have made that mistake. And it's why I was trying not to be like, I didn't say the YouTuber's name that made the mistake. I didn't do any of that, but. Oh, is it Babe and Baby? Hello? He says hello whenever he wants the door open. It's pretty cute. Hello? Oh, he's knocking on the door.
Those are his cutest little knocks.
Hello.
He's not slapping the door anymore. He was knocking with a fist.
Oh, wow.
Go in. Say hi, Dad.
Hello, come on in.
It's like I came for the castle.
Came for the Legos. Can you say hi? Hi. You guys remember when he was just a little baby we brought in? Now he just knocks on the door himself. He walks in himself. What happened? Yeah. Becoming a big boy, that's what happened. Hey, Blue. Yeah?
We're going to try to run to the store quick and grab stuff for dinners.
Okay.
So we stop ordering out.
Smart. But sushi's so good. Yeah, you see the Lego pyramid?
Yeah, it's good until you get hungry again and then you order McDonald's right afterwards.
Yeah, we ordered sushi last night and then we were still hungry, so we ordered McDonald's. I'm man enough to admit it. Steal the play button. Yeah, Lockie, take it and run.
He's pushing me out of the way.
Do you want to say hi? Hi. Hi.
You clapping? Clapping.
He's like, all my fans. Yes, all of my fans.
Lucky.
Oh,
Whoa!
you okay?
Good catch. What a big dude.
He's still getting used to these legs, you know? They're pretty new.
It snowed last night.
Oh.
Yeah. We still haven't shoveled the driveway from when it snowed when we were gone.
Yeah, it's just so loud.
It's all ice now.
Oh, careful, dude.
He got the boats.
Yeah, I'm just worried about him eating Legos. Oh, yeah? Those are the boats. I love the little hoodie.
We have his bear suit for upstairs for when we get in the car.
Oh, good. Is it that cold? It's 29, yeah. Baja. He's been trying to say more complex words recently. And so he'll like turn to you and go, "Gabla, gabla, gabla." And I don't know what he's trying to say, but it's very funny.
Can you say, Lucky, can you say, Dad, open the door? Well, it was door.
Door.
Kid, Lucky, it's Dad, open the door.
Dad.
Open the door.
You mess with the trash can.
Gotta dig in there.
The one thing with the wide angle lens is that I can't hide the trash can anywhere, so I've got to figure out what to do with it. Might have to move it outside next to the laundry machines so it actually gets used. Oh, you're waving to the picture on the wall?
Hi, picture.
Hi, picture. He's just a dude.
Say hi, Dada. I love you.
Dada, I love you.
I love you.
Bye, bye.
He knows real words. I don't know what's happening.
Oh. Don't worry, guys. Only dry things go in the trash. Oh, yeah. Oh, climb through the legs.
Okay.
I just realized, by the way, guys, I need another glass case for more statues and stuff.
We have so much space, right?
Yeah, I'm just running out of space pretty quick.
He's gonna move our bedroom down here and take our bedroom.
Yeah, basically. I might have to move the sword, and then another glass case will go there.
But Luke, that would look bad.
Well, she got me there. What about recycling? Yeah, no, I mean, this is basically a recycling bin. Because I have the paper shredder right there as well. Because I've had to shred all my end-of-year documents.
Is that off?
Hey. What?
Paper shredder.
Now it is.
Hey.
What are you doing? Yeah, he's just laughing to himself, saying, "One day this will all be mine." Hey, no screaming. Do you want a sticker? Sticker? Daddy has too many of these. Because the print shop was trying to be nice and send him extras, but they ended up sending like 200 extra. Hey, sticker? Lucky. Look at this.
I thought you were gonna put it on his forehead, and I'm like, Luke, he already doesn't have very many eyebrows.
Oh.
He loves the color red.
Yeah, his favorite color is red. If there's like a selection of books, he'll pick out just the red books. It's pretty cute.
Uh-oh, I'm gonna panic. Panic mode! Ah!
It's so sticky.
Get it on your head.
He's losing it. He's freaking out. He's freaking out, man. You gonna go shopping with Mama? Yeah. Really? One day you'll help Daddy build a Lego set. Yeah, right now you just eat the pieces.
Get the boat. Can you get that to the boat?
Back on. Oh, well. Yeah, Daddy take this.
We've lost all impulse control.
Why not throw it when throwing it is more fun?
Yep.
Oh, you're gonna clean up the floor?
Filthy in here. You got to clean up.
This kid, he just works. He never stops. What are you doing? Luke, I was getting my hair cut one time and I heard a kid screaming and I was trying so hard not to laugh because it would have messed my hair up. Oh, because you find baby random screaming. Really funny. Yeah, I could see that.
He just headbutted the glass case.
He wants the statues. One day this will be your collection, Lockie.
Are you saying bye-bye?
Yep.
We're gonna get in the car?
Can I have a hug? Hug? Oh, thank you. Oh, good hug. Oh.
Bye.
Bye.
I love you.
You go shopping with Mama?
Hopefully it's
Keep her in check.
I don't
Oh,
have...
careful. Yeah, this monitor's just sitting there. There you go. Bye. Bye.
You wanna go upstairs?
Oh, see you, dude.
Oh, yeah.
Love you too. Have fun. If you get coffee, I wouldn't be mad. I love you. Bye. Bye.
Come on, Lucky, let's go.
Oh, can you close the door? Door.
Fingers. Lucky, come on. Let's go, bye-bye. Let's go.
What a cutie. Now I just have random stickers scattered around. Ugh. Babies are great, dude. Babies are great. Good fun. Bye. When's he getting his own 16x the detail shirt? I haven't thought about that. I should go and look because we have a babe and baby design in the works, but I might have to go and see if we can do it in like a baby size shirt, like a toddler size, because that would be really funny. Yeah. Luke got that roll in the room. Yeah, I swapped out the casters on this chair. I ordered like the big like scooter wheels, and they just plug into the bottom, and it's way better than the wheels that come with it. They're like $30, but they make it so it actually rolls freely over the hardwood. It's great. I do think, don't be mad at me, I do think we'll be having another chair. We'll be replacing this one again. Probably sometime in February. My back has just started to kill me. And Secret Lab makes great stuff, don't get me wrong. But if you have like slight scoliosis or something, these chairs are just not really for you. And so it's just started to kill my lower back. Just destroy it. So I'm going to have to get like an ergonomic chair or something, like an old man. Do a giveaway. Could see some weirdos really wanting to win that giveaway. Luke's ass was on this. It's like those guys back in the day. You're so beautiful. What a beautiful young man. Luke, you're the only streamer I watch. I don't know, but you feel like that long lost relative that has the same interest. Oh, and he's really chill. I could see that, Gambit. You know what? That's awesome. Yeah, we both like chess. We're into gaming. I could see that. You know what? It's good. It just means we're vibing. Hold on.
I'm vibing.
You know, we're vibing. I will be teaching him chess. Yes, by the way. I learned how to play chess when I was like 3 years old. So I'll be teaching him around the same time. By the way, one of my like New Year's resolutions is to play in an in-person chess tournament this year. I used to do it all the time in high school. I'd fly around to different tournaments. It was like the thing I did. It was my main hobby before I found gaming and girls. And I've been getting back into it slowly but surely. And this year I want to actually fully get back into it. So I think it'll be fun. I don't know when we'll do it. I also had to do a 5K on my to-do list. Maybe we'll vlog it. Maybe we'll like vlog it or something. I think that could be fun. But yeah, I mean, I used to play a lot and very competitively. And then I stopped for like, it was probably like, I was 17, I think, when I stopped. So I was like starting to really progress too. My performance in most tournaments was around, if I remember right, which might not be very likely, but if I remember right, my performance in the last like 2 to 3 tournaments I played in was around like 2200. So I was actually starting to see real progress, and then I stopped right as I was starting to peak, or at least start to peak. And I just, haven't touched it since, and that was like 8 years ago. So now I'm wanting to get back into it. And so I'm pretty out of practice, but I'm getting, playing a lot of Blitz and Bullet, trying to get the sort of muscle memory, as it were, back. And I think it'd be super fun. Favorite movie just in general, I'm guessing Harry Potter. I do like me some Harry Potter, but I like it as a full complete package. I think standalone, they aren't amazing. Maybe with the exception of Prisoner of Azkaban. I think that movie is just great. But standalone movies, and I love the Grand Budapest Hotel. Love that. Wes Anderson mixed with Ralph Fiennes. Oh, God. I love it. That's an amazing movie. But I like watching Luke because he's one of the few YouTubers I can watch and learn stuff without feeling like I'm being lectured to. Most people are so preachy nowadays. Oh, well, I try, Arno. That's cool. Hopefully I'm teaching you real things and not just totally made up nonsense. I did see somebody was like, oh God, Luke brought up inelastic demand in that video about Hogwarts Legacy. And I was like, yeah, I guess I did casually bring up like an economic term in a discussion about video games. But I think that's one of the things that people maybe enjoy about those videos is that they're not the typical like brain dead YouTuber, like gaming YouTuber types of videos. The goal is that you watch them, you feel a little bit more sophisticated for watching it because it's a more sophisticated take on a popular topic and subject. And I try to make it more approachable than, somebody who's just being very in the weeds with it. Favorite comedy? Mine is Monty Python Quest for the Holy Grail. That one is amazing. Absolutely. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. I did recently watch Weird, that Weird Al mockumentary biopic, and that's really good. That one was really funny. Your father and I have talked, and we think it's better for everybody if you just stop doing the things you love and being who you want to be. It's so good. It's out. Yeah, it's a Roku movie, but I think you can still get it on Prime and stuff. It's really, really funny. It's just, it's outrageous. I'm the weird one. By the way, everybody, yes, we talked about it in the last stream before our break, but they did announce the reopening date of Casa Bonita. It's in May, and the plan, as much as there can be a plan with no official date or anything, my goal, I guess is a better way of saying it, is to go to the grand reopening and probably either live stream it from my phone or vlog it. And I'm really hoping we get to meet Matt Stone and Trey Parker. It'd be really fun. Yeah, they're really excited about it. Well, I told you guys this before. My principal in high school / mentor, he actually went to like the University of Denver with them, with Matt Stone and Trey Parker back in the 90s. He was in school with them, and they would be at a lot of the same parties and stuff. And he has all these stories about them and how weird they were, and like they're really, really weird. But apparently everybody thought that Matt Stone and Trey Parker were like a gay couple because they would often show up to parties matching in like the same exact outfits because they thought it was funny. And they would like sit on couches at these parties next to each other, and they would like whisper into each other's ears and just start giggling really, really hard. And he was like, yeah, everybody thought they were a couple. In reality, they're sitting on the couch and they're whispering like jokes about the people at the party to each other, and they find it really funny. And then like they're wearing matching clothes because they thought it was funny to show up identically and like, stuff like that. But he's like, yeah, everybody thought that they were a couple, like a pretty cute couple, but still. And yeah, he's got a bunch of stories. I should ask him to like send me a collection of them because they were all over campus. They were really, really weird. What opening's gonna play this year? Solid aggressive. I've always been a slow player, Gambit. I've tried to play like super sharp stuff. I tried to get really into like the King's Gambit. I remember when I was like 16, I spent like 6 months studying all different lines in that. And I found that a lot of the time it was more stressful than I needed to. And my natural skill set tends to be positional chess. So I just play slow and steady and I slowly grind people down. And found that works really, really well. So, you know, playing the English, playing, you know, classic Queen's Gambit, stuff like that works really well. As for black, I don't know. I used to play just straight up like the Najdorf through and through. And then maybe, oh shoot, what's it called? Starts with a G, I think. But, you know, D4, knight f6, C4, G6, knight C3, and then usually D6 followed by C5. I used to go that route and it worked pretty well, but I'm thinking I might just kind of do a reset because I forgot all of the theory, all of those lines. And so I think nowadays I'd be better off just learning something fresh, but I think it'll still be pretty positional. So maybe I'll learn like the French and maybe I'll start to try and learn some new lines and like Queen's Gambit Accepted or something like that, just to throw people off. But there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to do. My biggest hole has always been openings for sure. Oh, it's Miss Nikki. I will answer this right now just in case it's an emergency, but I'll be right back. Give me just a second. Okay, guys, don't worry. It's no emergency. It's just, it's trash day, and we forgot to put the dumpster down on the curb. And the truck's coming, and Nikki just left and realized that it's coming. So I am going to run and take the trash down to the curb real quick. I'll be right back, and then we'll go through Starfield in detail, and we will go into the new Avatar game that is coming out as well. We'll actually get to those topics. So buckle up, hang with me. I'll be right back, and we'll do this. Also, if somebody has a link to that Reddit post where the Hogwarts Legacy video got shared, I'd like to see that Reddit post. So if I know somebody mentioned that it got shared, so if you could find that and share it with me, I'd love to see that. Okay, I'll be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Hello, everyone. Thank you for hanging, those of you who hung. Share screen. Okay, we made it. It did snow a lot more than I thought. And I didn't feel like going upstairs to get socks on. So I put on flip-flops. I bet I looked insane. Wearing flip-flops, marching through the snow, dragging a giant trash bin behind me. Yeah, it probably looked pretty stupid. But you know what? We did it. We got it done. And here we are. Growing and living together. We've done it. We're ready to continue. Okay. Sending the Reddit post through Discord. Awesome. Awesome. I'm not used to stuff being shared to Reddit, so I always appreciate it when somebody does. Let's see. Does the part of my deluxe by BA? I believe there's only one. Let's see. Honestly, a lot of his points are reasonable, although I am somewhat surprised by the large amount of time he spent on monetization and microtransactions. Yes, the collector's edition is a bit ridiculous, but the developers already confirmed that within the game itself, there are none. The questionable thing about that, though, is that they've said that you can buy access to the Dark Arts Arena if you don't pre-order. So, like, within the game, there's probably not microtransactions, but you still have to be able to buy the DLC to get access to that. So, you know, I think they're being a little pedantic with how they define, you know, access to that. But that'll be interesting. I'll be interested to delve into some of the feedback from that. Okay. Now we are prepped and ready to go a little bit into the details of Starfield. Let's do it. Jake, where in Colorado are you at? My wife is interested. Jake, I am I've spent pretty much my entire time in Colorado living in Fort Collins / Loveland. I went to college at CSU, and so Fort Collins is kind of my breeding ground. I won't say precisely where I'm at, but you know, Fort Collins, Loveland area, is where I trot. So that's it's my breeding ground. I mean, breeding ground's probably not the way to put it, but that's my stomping ground. That's where it is. I live in Estes. Oh, awesome! I love Estes. Yeah, we've actually been talking about wanting to go up and visit recently. It's so big. Yeah, you're right. It is gorgeous. But yeah, no, I love me some Colorado. I do love Boulder as well. Boulder's beautiful. It's just ridiculously expensive. I don't really like Denver. I don't think I'd ever live in Denver, but I like me either deep in the mountains or like the smaller towns that still have a lot of stuff to do. But I'm partial to Fort Collins because that's where I spent a lot of time growing up. It's where I went to high school. It's where I went to college. So it's my bread and butter. But it's so expensive. It's not as bad as Boulder, but like if you take the same house, just to put it in perspective for people outside of this state, if you're not familiar, if you took the same exact house, same plot of land, same everything, and you just set one copy of it in Boulder, one copy of it in Fort Collins, one copy of it in, say, maybe Windsor, which is on the other side of I-25, the big highway. It's like maybe 20-30 minutes east of Fort Collins, southeast of Fort Collins. And then you took that same house, took a fourth copy, and you plopped it down in Florida, let's say Tampa. In Boulder, that house would be $2 million. In Fort Collins, that house would be $1 million. In Windsor, that house would be like $700,000. And then in Tampa, it would be like $500,000. So, like, the only thing that's changed is the location. Everything else we're saying is identical. And that's just how freaking expensive Boulder is. But Boulder is that expensive because it's gorgeous and the community is really good and it's a super, super clean city. Like, you'll be amazed when you drive through it. It's just pristine. Fort Collins is great, but it's a college town, so you got to be prepped for that. There's a ton of college students, and as somebody who's recently a college student, I can attest, we're awful. So you got to think about that. Same, Boulder's also a college town. Windsor's good. It's all new builds, but it's pretty far out of the way. Like I said, like a 20, 30-minute drive to anything. And then Tampa is Florida. So no shade to Florida. I really like Florida. But you got lizards, you got like kind of a rainy, swampy climate and occasional hurricanes. It's fine. Like it's good. No state income tax. Love that. But you know, it's just different. Let's see. Boulder is expensive because it's a very liberal city, so the government spends a lot of money. Yes, absolutely, Arno. The other thing is that Boulder has put basically a halt on almost all new constructions. So as a result, they can't build new houses or apartment buildings and stuff. So whatever is there is all there is. So buildings appreciate in value a ton. Like one of my professors in college who taught a real estate course, he called it the Boulder phenomenon. And he's like, I don't just say that because we're in Colorado. People refer to the Boulder phenomenon across the US. And it's that the whole rest of the country can be imploding in terms of real estate prices, but Boulder always ticks up. If you buy a house for $1 million today in Boulder, it will be worth more next year than it is this year, even in the midst of a crash. Like, Boulder is just weird. It's very, very unique. And people have studied why people just don't care about prices in Boulder. But I think it's because everybody agrees Boulder prices will always go up. So it creates a self-fulfilling loop where prices will always go up because everybody agrees prices will always go up, you know? So it's kind of like Manhattan in that way, right? So it's just weird. I would like to live in Boulder, but the prices make it so insane that I don't think I could ever justify it. I think I would be more comfortable buying a house that's like 10 times nicer, 15 minutes out of the city on a plot of land, and then just drive 10 minutes into Boulder whenever I want to go there, you know? Watch your video where you said go to Twitch. I'm probably streaming there right now, waiting for your stream there. Sorry, Daniel. Sorry. Yeah, I tried to like put on labels like stream on YouTube now and blah, blah, blah. I tried to help it, but what are you going to do? It's a problem with having so many videos across like years that still get lots of views. It's a great problem to have. But one of the things is if I say go check out my Twitch, but then I move from Twitch, you know, I told you to change them. I did, Rocky. Now, like the title of the waiting stream thing, the title says join or now streaming on YouTube at Luke Stevens Live. So like I did change that stuff, but it's just tricky. I also on the link tree now, it says like my Twitch handle, but it says streaming on YouTube now, so people see there. But yeah, it is a thing. We still have regularly like maybe 50 to 100 new followers every day on Twitch. It's like because people are hoping that one day I stream there. It's just kind of funny. Okay, let's go through some clips of Todd Howard talking about Starfield. And this, like I said, is in response to some people that said I wasn't familiar enough with Starfield. So I'm going to give it as fair a shake as I possibly can. I want to see what they've said from Todd Howard's own mouth. While this starts to play, I will pull out the cardboard cutout because it's only fair that Todd watches this with us. And we will wrap it up also with a video where Mr. Matty Plays explains some details of what we know surrounding Starfield and everything like that. So it's going to be interesting. And as we go, we're going to kind of react to it, offer thoughts and things. And my goal with this is to try and understand what Starfield is, what makes it special, and if there's anything that they're describing here that's really unique and different. Because in the age of Star Citizen, of No Man's Sky, of Elite Dangerous, there's a lot of space games out there, and a lot of them seem to be doing like each piece of the Starfield puzzle better than Starfield. The one thing that Starfield seems to like they could offer is unique world building, say interesting lore, RPG mechanics and things like that, that those other games haven't really offered in a lot of depth. So that's what I'm going to be looking for, because if this just ends up being Skyrim in space, I'll be far less interested. Or rather, if this just becomes like a reskin version of No Man's Sky, I'll be far less interested. If it becomes Skyrim in space, I'm actually more interested, to be clear. I kind of mixed those up for a second. But I know people have said, oh, it's just Skyrim in space. People have said that a lot. I don't find that to be a bad thing. I think Skyrim is a great sandbox game. It's not something you play to get like a lot of sustenance, but as far as like a junk food game is concerned, it's pretty good. If they can do that with Starfield, I'm down. But I need to see a little bit more, I think. So here we go. Have we done news? No, we're going to do these deep dives real quick, Rocky, and then we'll go through news segments after the fact. So if you have other little tidbits and stories, you could add them to the doc. I've not done it yet, but we're going to do the deep dive on Starfield and then deep dive on the Avatar game, and then we'll roll into that. And by the way, everybody, one of my goals this year is we're going to be playing a lot more games on stream. So don't worry, it's not just going to be news and stuff. But like just this, we just have been casually chatting for like 2 hours. I just like chatting with you. Okay, I'll shut up now. Here we go.
Now, good example, we were really into fuel and how the gravity drive works. And like, I'm reading papers on like quantum physics and, bending space in front of you. You don't actually warp, you bend the space, you bring the space towards you. And so what we were playing that, and it became like very punitive to the player. Your ship would run out of fuel and the game would just stop. You just want to get back to what you're doing. So we've recently changed it where the fuel in your ship and the grav drive limits how far you could go at once, but it doesn't run out of fuel. Maybe there'll be an update or a mod that allows that, but that's... Yeah, look, we've done a lot of different dialogue systems. We've gone back to kind of I'll call it like a classic fuel.
I want to make sure I heard that right.
Update or limits how we're doing. So we've recently changed it where the fuel in your ship and the grav drive limits how far you could go at once, but it doesn't run out of fuel. Maybe there'll be an update or a mod that allows that, but that's... Yeah, look, we've done a lot of different dialogue systems. We've gone back to kind of I'll call it like a classic Bethesda style dialogue with you're looking at the character and how they emote. You have a series of choices there. The scope of the game, the amount of content we're making is a bit more than we've done before in terms of quests and things like that, but the depth in some of this stuff with the dialogue, we just passed 250,000 lines. And so that's a lot of dialogue, but we've gone through it and the impact.
So, funny thing about this, I mentioned earlier, like there are some really sycophantic people who are crazy about Bethesda stuff. One of them said it doesn't matter that the lip syncing looks off. It doesn't matter that the combat's bad. This game has over 250,000 lines of dialogue. As if that's just like, that's a great game. There's a difference between correlation and causation, right? Just because Skyrim had a lot of dialogue does not mean that made Skyrim great. Fallout 4 had a lot of dialogue. Yeah, sure. Yes, it's true. But like that doesn't mean that the game is great just because it has a lot of dialogue. Same with World of Warcraft, same with, The Last of Us, whatever else you want to do. I think it shows that they're doing a lot of work in the writing department. They're doing a lot of stuff there, but one of the concerns is like with these types of games that feature procedural generated stuff is that a lot of the time it becomes quantity over quality. So for me, like this is interesting. It shows that this is a huge game, but this does not mean that the game will be great, But for me, what this primarily tells me is that they're making dialogue a real focus. And that I think is a good thing because like I said, the only thing that will really differentiate this game above and beyond like Starfield or No Man's Sky is what they can bring to the table as far as like world building and narrative and RPG mechanics are concerned. And that seems to be what they're focusing on now. So I'm actually relatively interested in this. I don't think it makes the game great, but I do think it says something good about their priorities.
Is really there. And that includes my favorite speech persuasion system.
You're not talking us out of this score.
It feels like it's part of...
Okay, what is this?
The dialogue.
You have it wrong. Constellation is Explorers Group. So they have persuasion, 3 turns. Does that mean we have like 3 tries to convince people? of stuff. Okay. So +1, +3, +4, +5. You have it wrong. Constellation is an explorers group. They aren't treasure hunters. Hey, if you want to trade ships, that sounds good to me. Frontier creaks when it turns away. I mean, if you want to embarrass yourself, go right ahead. I just made it past your entire crew. You really want to try your luck against me? Okay, so it's like a revamped version of the persuasion system. It just looks like it's calibrated in a slightly different way based on whatever your persuasion skill is. I don't know what this turn thing means. It sounds like you'll be able to take multiple turns trying to convince somebody of something instead of just a single check, which I actually, if that's the case, I actually find that really interesting. One of my frustrations with Bethesda style games is that with quick save, there's a lot of people who just stop treating the like hard checks as checks and just treat it as an exercise in quick loading. You know, like, oh, this is a really tough conversation, so I'm just going to quick save. And then I'm going to try to persuade them of this thing that has like a 5% clearance rate. And then if I don't get it, I'll just reload quickly, quick load, and then try it again until I get it. I know that that's not in the spirit of the game, but let's be real. If you have a dedicated button for quick saving and a dedicated button for quick loading, people are going to do it. Let's be completely honest. It's a thing that still happens. So I find this interesting. If it's like a multi-step thing where you might screw up the first offer or step in persuasion, then you can try to rework it. I find that actually relatively interesting. But I don't know. We'll have to see more about that.
Dialogue, but you're spending points to persuade them.
You willing to give up the ship?
Yeah, spending points to persuade. So he's got like 4 here, 2 turns left. And he picked...
You willing to...
Dialogue, but
he picked +3.
You're spending points to persuade them.
You willing to give up the ship? Just like that?
It feels natural, not like I've entered some other mode where I'm not doing regular dialogue. It's just I'm in this mode of persuading you to get what I want.
Having a way with...
Yeah, where do these points come from? I would assume through like your charisma or persuasion stat. But he says like you're spending points.
Not like I've entered some other mode where we're
not talking us out of this.
Includes my favorite speech persuasion system.
You're not talking us out of this score.
It feels like it's part of the dialogue, but you're spending points.
And then there's also a button for auto persuade where it just does this for you. But why wouldn't you just immediately do +4? If you want to embarrass yourself, go right ahead. I don't know. Maybe there's something where like they can argue with you and be like, no, I don't think that that's fair. I think it's this. No, I don't think you can give me your ship. You're lying to me. And then that deducts points. And so it becomes kind of like a mini card game where you go back and forth. Maybe there's something like that going on. I don't know. But I do like this more than just you have a 20% chance of clearing this check based on your stats. Because if you have a quick save, quick load system, I mean, this thing just, it doesn't really work. But this is more interesting to me.
Points to persuade them.
You willing to give up the ship? Just like that?
It feels natural, not like I've entered some other mode where I'm not doing regular dialogue. It's just I'm in this mode of persuading you to get what I want.
Having a way with words might prove useful.
That also had that same audio effect on the dialogue that Hogwarts Legacy had, but it was covered up by the music a little bit more. It's basically where they over compress it and then equalize the audio volume so that it sounds more consistent, but it sounds so bad to me. Like, just listen to this last line of dialogue. It's way too loud and level across. There's no like variability in volume.
To get what I want.
Having a way with words might prove useful.
I don't know, it drives me crazy, but some people don't care, I'm sure. Sasha, this looks unrelated to persuasion. Look at the answers. It looks like how annoyed the character becomes with us. So instead of... So you're saying maybe it's like, this is the safest answer that won't upset them, but +5 might just piss them off and they respond poorly. And maybe it's like as you gain levels in persuasion or your charisma stat, maybe these numbers drop so that you can end up better. And maybe some people are way more like thick skinned, so they have like a 9 on the persuasion versus that. But like I just don't understand why you couldn't just pick the +4, +3, +1. Like, does this just not always convince them? Do you have to fill up a meter to convince them? Kind of like in Disco Elysium, there's some delicate dancing you have to do with dialogue to convince people of stuff. I don't know.
But you're spending points to persuade them.
You willing to
Or some other.
Also, shout out to Todd's watch. We looked at this in the last video where we looked at something with Todd, but he has a very, very nice watch. We looked it up, I don't remember which watch this was. Was it an Omega? It's a very nice watch. I think it was like an $8,000 watch or something. It's a good watch. It's a good watch. I don't shame anybody about watches, by the way. I've said before, I think it's really healthy to have long-term goals for yourself. And if one of your long-term goals is you want to own a really nice car, a really nice house, or a nice watch or something, and that's like one of the things you want to accomplish, I think that that's good because it's going to motivate you to do better and make more money and be successful. So in this case, like, no shame to Todd for the watch. I know some people give him crap because like, oh, he's just trying to flex it. If you paid 8-10 grand for a watch, I think you've earned the right to flex it. Like, yeah, it's really cringe when like you see people that deck it out in like crystals and diamonds and stuff. That's extra cringe. But if you just have a really nice watch and you like wearing it because it makes you feel good, good for you. Props, dude. Props.
Where I'm not doing regular
Philippe
dialogue.
Patek, I don't think it was that one of those. I think it was an Omega.
To get what I want.
It was an Omega Moon something. Hold on. Omega Moon. Speedmaster Moon Phase. Hold on. Loading. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is it. Hold on. I'm pretty sure this is it. I think this is it. Omega Speedmaster Moon Phase. It actually has a little thing that shows the face of the moon. It comes with a card that shows you that it's legitimate. I think this is what the watch is.
Doing regular dialogue. It's just I'm in this mode of persuading mode where we're not,
just like that?
it feels natural.
I think this
not
is
like I've entered some other mode.
Yeah, see that? And then this, this is totally it. You can see the little thing. Yeah. So very nice watch. Very nice watch. Props to Todd. Good choice in watch. That's a solid watch. Sorry, this isn't what you came here for. You're like, Luke, shut up. We're trying to talk about video games. You're talking about watches. The wonder is not that the field of stars is so vast, but that man has measured it. Anatole France, 1894.
Control, this is Constellation Starship Frontier. We're ready to start on your signal. Maintaining exit vector course. Steady till ready. Coordinates input. Plotting jump.
Is it bad that I read that in like a Cockney accent? Isn't it? Process, isn't it?
Coordinates input. Plotting jump course. Guidance has converged. We're looking good. Allocating auxiliary reactor power. System checks are green across the board. Grav jump commencing in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I can already tell the music's gonna slap.
It's hard to express how excited all of us at Bethesda are to be here with you today.
The leather jacket's back, baby. You guys know I love the leather jacket. Doesn't Todd look great in it? Todd, baby. You look great. I need a dedicated light on him, don't I? I think I do. I think it's only right. I mean, it's Todd Howard. He needs a dedicated light.
We're so grateful you're spending the time, and we know you've waited a long time to finally see Starfield. It's easily our most ambitious game.
The one thing I can't stand about these jackets, though, is that they have the zipper thing on the wrist, and every time he moves his hands, it rattles. Listen, you can hear it rattling every time he does this. Like we're gonna back up a little bit, but you'll be able to hear it. It's really funny.
To finally see Starfield. It's easily our most ambitious game ever. Like our previous games, it's an epic role-playing game where you get to be who you want and go where you want. But this time, you'll be exploring space. So let's jump right in. This is early in the game as you arrive on the mysterious moon of Crete.
It's pretty. Again, like, I don't know what you do here, though. Like, it's really... Nowadays, it's not that hard to procedurally generate a planet. I know that sounds insane, but it's not actually that crazy of an idea. But it's incredibly hard and very impressive if you can make that planet interesting. And that's the big question mark with Starfield right now. Yeah, by the way, everybody, we are streaming in 60 FPS. So if you see frame drops in this video, that's like, I'm watching the stats. I will let you know if the stream drops frames. But if you see stuttering, hitching, or anything, that's coming through the gameplay footage that they shared. You remember I was waving the red flag all about with Callisto Protocol. Because I said Callisto Protocol, in all of the gameplay footage that they shared with us, there were really weird hitchings and stutterings and artifacting and things, as Nadia would put it, frame glitches, all throughout the gameplay. And I said, if that's the best footage they have, I'd hate to see the worst. And sure enough, when the game launched, we saw the worst. And so for this, if we're seeing the best footage they have to offer, and there's hitching and stuttering, and also it's not playing above 30 FPS, I do not think we're going to see a game that runs above 30 FPS. And I don't think we're going to see a steady game at launch. So I would just make mental note every time you see a little hitching, because that's not the stream, that's them. Sorry to pause again. I think that this is probably what we're going to see as the transition every time you come onto a planet. Because we know that there's no space to planet transition. Like there's no straight space to planet gameplay transition. There's going to be like a load screen or some transition that covers up a load screen. So it's not fluid like No Man's Sky or Star Citizen or one of those games. And I would guess that this is probably what that will look like. You'll approach like the planet's atmosphere, and then there will be a quick like fade to black, and then the camera will come up like this over a base or something, and it'll say the planet title as your ship comes into frame. I think that this is probably what they're doing. That's what I'm guessing. That transition is going to go quickly, or is going to quickly get old like it was with Mass Effect 1's Mako landing cutscene. I totally agree. It's going to get a little annoying. But the biggest problem for Bethesda for a long time has been data streaming, and it's a creation engine issue. And I don't think that's going to magically get fixed in this game, which is why I think there's going to be probably some hefty load times for a while. But who knows? Maybe that was because they were trying to get it working on PlayStation as well. Now they don't have to worry about that, and they can just optimize for the Xbox. You never know. I mean, that can make an actual difference. It really can. That smoke looks like ass. Hate to be that guy. The smoke looks like it's rendering at 15 frames a second, whereas everything else is at 30. I'm going to rewind it. Just look at the smoke. It's choppy. It's like the smoke effect is at half the frame rate. It's really weird. Dude, do you remember when like the UI element leaked? Like it was just this thing leaked. And people made like dozens of videos off of it. It's hilarious. So already you can see a good amount of pop in on the lower levels. You see all this popping in over here. And I know, like, Luke, you're being too picky. Maybe. I will not deny that. Maybe I am. But this is also supposed to be a next-gen title. Or current-gen title. But it's supposed to be significantly improved over Fallout 4. And I will say, like, so far, none of this looks markedly better. But whatever. It's not all about graphics, right? It's not all about graphics. Mining beams. When we're talking about, like, gameplay loops, I don't think you're going to do any mining or crafting stuff significantly better than, like, No Man's Sky is doing it at this point. Or Star Citizen with their mining operations. So, again, the thing that I'm interested in primarily is going to be combat and the RPG mechanics.
Of the Crimson Fleet are using the facility.
Oh, dude, that 30 FPS. Environmental lighting and the fog and God rays and stuff does look way better than Fallout 4, so I'll give him that. This section I think does look significantly better.
Hey, there you are. We've got company. Opening fire. Take that guy down, huh?
One of the biggest things I'm noticing, and don't be mad at me for pointing this out, because once I point it out, you'll never be able to unsee it. There's like no gore. There's no blood. There's no gore effects, which might not sound like a big deal. But you think about how big of a deal that was in Fallout 4 with the dismemberment effects, with the kill cams, with all of that stuff. That's all completely missing. Now, I know, well, they're wearing armor. Maybe it's just that the armor is protecting it and so the blood doesn't leak out. Maybe. But I think when we see later them shooting like aliens and stuff and people not wearing armor, you're also not going to see any gore or stuff. And that might not bug you. It might not bug you. I think most people won't notice it consciously. I think people will generally just not notice it. But it's going to make the game feel much less realistic and grounded. And instead, it turns these characters into just kind of like PS2 era grunts that you're just blasting through yet, you know? Maybe not in the dev cycle. Well, I think in the Maddie video we're going to watch next, he pulls a quote from Todd Howard where he talks about the gore. And he doesn't say outright that they cut the gore. But what Todd does say is that they've had to reevaluate priorities and inclusions in the game, such as gore, to balance whether they want gore, whether they want a stable frame rate, whether they want to be able to do more impressive things with environmental lighting. So, you know, it's always trying to choose between like gore effects or environmental lighting and things like that. That's all he really says. But what you can draw from it, since we don't see any gore effects in the game, in anything that they've shown us, what we can draw from that is that they cut gore to try and get the game running more stable. And that's a decision they made. They decided that was the better option. They're the game devs. That's up to them. But it's something to notice that they're having to cut staple features from previous games that nowadays are kind of like just taken for granted. Like, yeah, it's going to have that system. They're cutting that to make the game run smooth. And that, even then, it doesn't look to be running that smooth. So I think that there's not going to be gore, and I don't think it's a late addition. I think they cut it to try and make other things work. I'll wait to say that. Okay, we'll move on. Real quick, I do want to address something. People were saying that it's way too contrasty, so like the shadows are too dark. I think what that is actually a very intelligent and like smart thing that they've done. What they've done is they looked at source photos and reference photos from like rovers and trips, our trips to the moon and stuff. And what they realized is when there's no atmosphere, the light doesn't diffuse through the air particles, so you don't end up with the smooth shadows or as smooth the shadows as you do on Earth. Because on Earth, you can have like a sunny day and then you can be sitting underneath cover from the sun, but you can still see like the grass underneath the cover, right? You can still see stuff even though you're blocked by the sun. And it's because the light's bouncing through all of the air particles and the little gas particles and everything around you, so it can light it up. But when you don't have either as thick an atmosphere or you don't have an atmosphere at all, that doesn't really happen, which is how you end up with those super stark shadows on the moon. And I think that that's what they're taking inspiration from here. I think like it's warranted based on the science, and it shows that they've done their homework. That's at least what this makes me think of. But I would agree, it doesn't look good as a showcase. Like, I think that this shows that they paid that attention to detail. I think they probably should have said that though in the presentation. Like, even something as simple as how drastic the shadows are is something we took into consideration based on how thick the atmosphere is. Say that, people are like, oh, this isn't a bug, this is a feature. This isn't a sign that the game looks like crap, it's a feature, and it'll calm people down. Because as is, all people see with this is that the lighting looks really crappy, right?
You're gonna pay for that!
Oh my God, ADS, for the love of God.
After some initial encounters, you're invited to join Constellation.
Todd, baby boy, I love you. You know I do. But you gotta condition your hair, bro. Come on, man. Look how dry that shit is. I mean, look at him. The poor guy looks like he's been in a desert for 20 years. Get yourself some good conditioner. You'll feel refreshed, renewed, and trust me, you'll feel like a different person. But you need to condition, my brother.
Who, in the future the game is set in, are the last group of space explorers. To meet them, you'll head to the capital city of New Atlantis.
So there's an old one? Okay, maybe I take back what I said about the shadows. Because this obviously has an atmosphere similar to Earth because there's people not wearing headgear or helmets or anything. And the shadows still look really, really dark. It's just, I don't know. It comes off very, very, I don't even know how to describe it. It's just, it doesn't look right. It doesn't look right. The shadows are too sharp and dark. Like there should be a little softer lighting here. Maybe it's that their global illumination tech isn't working properly. I don't know, but it doesn't look quite right. They heavily imply that you can visit Earth. They have a name for it, a different name, but I don't know.
Welcome to Constellation. We have a lot to talk about. We're all here because we're committed to the biggest question of all. What's out there?
Cue random British accents.
These artifacts could be everything we've been looking for. As to what they are, what they're built.
Maybe we turn on HDR. That's actually a really good point, Liver. It might actually be. Because I was actually thinking, it looks like when HDR is recorded off of like a console and then it's recompressed to make it look right in standard definition content. So maybe it is actually that they're just recording HDR footage and then compressing it down to standard definition, and that makes the shadows look a little crushed. Normally it would make the shadows look extra flat and overly bright, but maybe it's the LUT that they're using. I don't know, but that actually could be an explanation. Either way, it shows that there's incompetence involved in the recording process and their process of making trailers. They should catch that. I mean, I'm some dumbass YouTuber. I'm not like trained in video editing, and I know that. So maybe that's what's going on. Either way, there's a problem, but I don't know. I know what HDR looks like on SDR displays. It does not look like it. Well, specifically when you record. So like normally when you have HDR, like you have this much color to play with, right? SDR has this much. So to record it, it all gets crushed down. And what can sometimes happen is it'll end up looking really grayed out and flat. Let me actually show you. This is something you guys, for those of you who have seen The Last of Us Part 2 critique, you'll know that video looked really weird and contrast heavy, right? That was because of this very thing I'm talking about. So recorded directly off the console, it actually caused this like crushing effect on the blacks. Let me see if any of these clips I have do it justice. Oh no, it's doing the stupid damn thing where it separates it out. Does anyone know how to fix this where VLC like pops the video player out of the core window? Does anyone know how to fix that? It drives me crazy. But this is a perfect example. So I was playing the game regularly. Oh my God. And recording it, and it looked fine on my HDR TV. But when I recorded it and brought it back, all the blacks were way too dark. I mean, I could still see what was going on here, but on this recorded version, it's basically blacked out because the HDR is overcompressed back down. So this might be what's going on with Starfield, but I don't know for a fact. Oh my God, it drives me crazy when it does this. Like, come off it. Outside there were good examples. Like all this, it's way too dark. Yeah, like here. This is a great example in these cinematics where it's just way too contrasty. It's like you just crank the contrast. And my understanding is this is because what the PlayStation 5 or 4 Pro, I think it was a PlayStation 4 Pro, was recording this. What it does is it takes the HDR footage and then it converts it into standard and it ends up looking really gray and flat. And then they apply a LUT to, which is basically just like a series of filters to make it look right. But if the LUT sucks or is too aggressive, you end up with something like this and the blacks are crushed and it just doesn't look right. So that's why The Last of Us Part 2 video looks so weird. Because the recording process, I didn't realize this was a problem until after I'd finished playing the game and recording all of the footage. And I didn't want to spend another 25, 30 hours replaying everything just for the blacks to look a little like softer. So I just went with it. And some people noticed, but a lot of people didn't seem to care. But that seems to be, I mean, that could be, it doesn't seem to be, but it could be what's going on with this footage. It could just be that it's been recorded by somebody who doesn't really know what they're doing. That's not really an excuse because they should know what they're doing. I mean, again, this is literally their jobs, but who knows?
You will be part of solving that puzzle now.
So, you found something?
A new guy found it.
You dug up the artifact, right? That means you saw it. The visions?
The artifact you found appears to be one of many, scattered across the galaxy. If we can find more, we can unlock their secrets.
Beautiful, isn't it? The man who sold me this told me that it spoke to him.
Of course, the settled systems is full of groups with other priorities.
That's the Crimson Fleet! Everybody get ready!
The fleet doesn't follow the rules. Agree to work for UCC, Steph. Together, we take down these cutthroat pirates.
We're not just here to shoot the bad guys. We're peacekeepers. We protect the people of the Free Star Collective.
When you sign up with the Crimson Fleet, no one quits. The only way out is death.
The path ahead may be dangerous, but we are not stopping.
Most Dusties don't even make it this far.
Because whatever lies at the end of this road will change humanity forever.
Do you think they're gonna have like Skyrim Easter eggs and stuff, and you can find like in the that collector's collection, you can find like an Elder Scroll in a case somewhere? He's just sitting on it. That would be super funny. Something about those facial animations. I think you're thinking of the term bad. But dude, 250,000 lines of dialogue, so it's okay. See, that was a cynical thing that I just said. I wasn't being skeptical. I was being a cynical prick. What I will say is I think that the game can have iffy facial animations, and it can still be really good and worth playing. It's a little bit of a bummer. I would like it to be better, but yeah, I don't think it a bad game makes, right? I will say there were a lot of like weird stutters and drops in the footage we saw, especially in combat, so that's worrisome. But I mean, it would be really freaking funny if all of these issues with the graphics and the visuals that we're seeing, if all of that was tied up simply because they recorded the footage wrong. It would be the most Bethesda reason for drama ever. It would be so funny if that's what it was. But honestly, now that you point that out, it might actually be what's going on. Because either it's just the lighting sucks and everything is too dark and too contrast heavy, or they recorded it wrong. I would like it to be that they recorded it wrong, and it doesn't look like that when you're actually playing it, but that would be really freaking funny. The fact that all of the footage they've shown so far, though, in multiple instances looks like that makes me think that it's more of an artistic choice that I just don't like. But who knows?
That gives you a look at the stories in Starfield. But ultimately, it's not our story. It's the story you create by who you are and the choices you make. And that starts with character creation.
Biometric ID, slick profile. So these are just the initial templates, okay.
It's our most flexible yet. You can customize all the elements of how you look.
It's cool that you can customize walk style. That's interesting.
You'll pick a background that gives you 3 starting skills.
You can force a target NPC at or below your level to stop fighting for a while. Gain an increased chance of success on speech challenges. Bargaining, buy items for 5% less and sell them for 10% more. And I mean, just look how many of these there are. Beast Hunter, Bouncer, Bounty Hunter, Chef. I know that sounded like I said chef or chef, but chef. Combat Medic, Cyber Runner, Cyberneticist, Diplomat, Explorer, Gangster, Homesteader, Industrialist, Long Hauler, Pilgrim, Professor Ronan. There's a lot.
Says here you spent some time as a diplomat. Having a way with words might prove useful.
There are optional traits, and these come with
From main streets of Neon, you gain access to special dialogue options, better rewards from some missions on Neon, crime bounty, and other factions. Greatly, other factions can't be combined with other allegiance or other faction allegiance traits. Okay, what were the other ones that they?
Having a way with words might prove useful.
Introvert, you really need your alone time. You have more endurance when adventuring alone, but less when adventuring with other human companions. Can't be combined with extrovert. That's actually kind of fun. So different boosts and perks while exploring with companions versus not. That's interesting.
there are
Space chef. Yeah, I'm interested in that. I don't know what that means.
optional traits.
Kids stuff. Your parents are alive and well, but you can visit them, and you can visit them at their home, but 10% of all the money you earn is deducted automatically and sent to them. Huh. That's interesting. You can visit your parents? What? Okay. I mean, it would be interesting if that was something. Louvre, for your VLC issue, there's an option in your preferences called integrate video into interface. I'm assuming it's unchecked for you. Only for some videos though. It's really, really weird. Like, so this is one I just opened. See, look, and that now it's fixed. And I didn't change anything. It's really weird. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's super annoying. But you said in preferences, there's an option. Tools, preferences, integrate. Yeah, so there it's checked. I'll just have to check that next time. That's really weird. I don't know why it does
These
that.
come with unique
But thank you. I'll
advantages and disadvantages. But it's not just in how you can
I can finally meet my dad. Yeah, you can. I kind of like the Tomorrowland feel to it. It has a bit of the early space race aesthetic. Yeah, I'll be real. Every time I look at it, it just screams Outer Wild or Outer Worlds to me. I know that it's its own thing. I know it's just I get it. I get it. All of the complaints of me saying that, I understand. But every time I see the environmental design, I see that stuff, I can clearly see Outer Worlds inspiration, or at least it looks very similar to Outer Worlds. But I think it's that both games are trying to take inspiration from Fallout. And in the case of Outer Worlds, it's just that they were taking inspiration from Fallout. They wanted Fallout in space. And then for Bethesda, they just don't know how to make any other game than Fallout in space. So it just ends up looking really, really similar.
look, but in how your character plays and develops. The skill system combines
Only a trained sniper truly understands all elements necessary to patiently and effectively neutralize the target at an excessive range. Scoped weapons are steadier and have less sway. Interesting. So it's like certifications and badges. Interesting. I still think that Skyrim's skill tree and system was probably the best. Just the fact, like, the more you do something, the more points you gain in it. I don't know why they moved away from that. I thought that that worked really, really well because it encouraged experimentation. But I guess the downside is that it made it kind of inflexible because you would use like two-handed weapons, for example, level those up super hard, and then you'd swap to a bow and you just are terrible at it and it doesn't deal any damage, even though your level's gone up and stuff. So it made it so once you decided to commit to one play style, you were stuck with that one. So maybe that's why they don't do it anymore. But I thought that that one was super fluid, easy to understand. I just really liked it. This, I think, is fine. It looks fine, but we'll see. It also looks much less like a skill tree and more like just a collection of things that you can choose. Looks like you start up here and then you work your way down. Less like a skill tree and more like a skill pantry that you can choose from.
Finds the best from our previous games, and you can unlock new skills as you level up, and then you
Skill
rank
bush.
those skills.
So you get the skills and then you can rank those individual skills up. Okay, Sentry's conflict have proven that when it comes to threat elimination, few things stack up to reliable power of combustion. Ballistic weapons do 10% more damage at rank 1. Rank 2, ballistic weapons do 20% more damage. Rank 3, ballistic weapons do 30% more. And rank 4, the range is increased by 30%. Okay, what game had this? There was another game I played recently that did this, where you unlock skills and then those skills can be individually leveled up. I mean, I guess you could say it's kind of like The Witcher 3 with the, you unlock the quick attack thing, and that's level 1. Then you can upgrade that again, and then, apply those skills, and then it builds out into your little tree if you apply it. So I guess it's similar to that. Ragnarok did it. I guess they did. You could level up those individual skills. That's probably what I'm thinking of. Did Cyberpunk do it? Yeah, I guess they did. So for some skills only had one level, but or one rank to be consistent. But I guess they did do that. Yeah.
Skills up by using them and completing challenges. And there's deep crafting systems, from running research projects with resources you find to crafting weapon mods.
Sorry, this UI gives me a headache. Okay, food and drink, pharmacology, outpost development, equipment, weaponry, projects and progress, helmet mods, research. So you have to like select the research project and then it'll take in-game time to complete. Kind of annoying, but okay.
Research projects with resources you find.
Barrel mods, blocked. Required materials, iron, nickel, sealant. Barrel mods, 1, 2, optic sight mods, blocked, progress. Man, I thought that this was way more intuitive in Fallout 4. Why? And even Fallout 76. This just is like, what if that like really well integrated and simplistic UI we had for Fallout 4? What if we took that and then just turned it into a spreadsheet and then we made that the UI? This just screams Excel to me.
To crafting weapon mods needed to survive. And you can build your own outposts. These act as a home away from home for survival and resource generation.
So power limits, crew, cargo, production times.
You can choose where and how to build each one, and you can hire characters you meet to keep it up and running. But that's not all.
You better believe that I'm going to play on PC and I'm just going to give myself unlimited crafting materials because I cannot stand having to like run around the galaxy to find 3 more pieces of glue to be able to craft the landing pad. Like, I find that so annoying.
You can even build your own spaceships.
Oh yeah, good notice, PipQ. Good point in this little bit.
It's needed to survive.
Remember, we were trying to play devil's advocate and say maybe gore is just not a thing on humans because they're wearing armor. Well, even on these alien monsters, there's no gore. There's no gore or blood or anything. So, uh-oh. And I know what some people are going to say. They're going to say, well, maybe because they're aliens, they just evolve differently and they just don't have blood. Ever think of that, Luke? You need to stop being so Earth-centric. Maybe. They took so much into consideration that some creatures, and it just happens to be every creature that they've shown, some creatures don't have liquid in their bodies to bleed out with. Maybe. Or maybe there's just not gore in the game. Maybe that's what it is. You know, at some point you gotta step back and be like, am I simping a little too hard? Maybe. Probably.
Outposts. These act.
Real talk though, this whole system of building bases and stuff, I do think is actually pretty cool. I don't want to bash it too hard because I do think that this looks like it could be fun. I'm hoping there aren't weird like limits on what you can do and like how many of these bases you can build. Hopefully you can just build them on like almost every planet you visit, so you always have something to go back to. That would be really cool. My worry is that they have a limit of like, oh, you can only have 3 bases at a time. So if you want to build one on this planet, you've got to destroy the other one. Hopefully they don't have that. It sounds like it'll probably be limited by the number of people you find, like the crew, as you see down here. So the more crew you have, the more bases you can have because you can populate them. I don't know, but hopefully there's no limit.
as a home away from home for survival and resource generation. You can choose where and how.
Here, Brian, I don't understand. Do they not have the performance budget for a couple of animated alpha textures? This is a giant red flag, in my opinion. This is a front and center effect that they cannot afford. Apparently, they can afford smoke, but it seems like they probably exchanged the gore for the smoke effects from the guns and stuff like that. The thing is, like, the frame-to-frame budget in the engine pipeline, in the creation engine, has always been extremely limited. And they seem just wholly incapable. You know, it's like, I think it was Joseph Anderson who said it at one point. I saw it in a clip on, I think, TikTok that somebody had taken. But basically, he said, like, he was trying to figure out if Fallout 4 and Fallout 76 were indications of Bethesda just being a company that regularly lies to their customers to get them to buy stuff, overhypes, and then underdelivers, or if this is just the best they can do and their fans get overly excited. And he's like, I think you can come to a conclusion either way. On the one hand, I think Todd, he definitely overhypes things, and he knows what he's doing. Like, he knows when he's hyping things up a lot. He's a great salesman, but he knows what he's doing. He's not stupid. He knows what he's doing. And so I think that that's part of it, that they do overpromise a little bit, but the fans definitely take the ball and run with it. And all you have to do to see that is look on Twitter, go to the Starfield Reddit, look at, you know, any comment section on these posts, go check out Lone Vault Wanderer's videos on this. Some of these people are like totally incapable of acknowledging problems and even exercising the slightest amount of skepticism. So I think that that's a part of it, but at the same time, I do think that this is the best that they can do. I think with the performance issues, we've seen like modders are able to fix these issues within a few days of the game's launch. It just seems like their staff is incapable of polishing this stuff. And it's weird, but it might also be that they can just, you know, they go, well, modders will fix it. We'll focus on the console version. Modders will fix the PC version. And that's just a sucky thing to do. So I think that there's clearly fault with the developers, but there's also fault, I think, with some fans who refuse to hold their feet to the fire. So I think that it kind of cuts both ways.
To build each one, and you can hire characters you meet to keep it up.
So they reworked the lighting engine. Bro, Star Citizen replaced their entire renderer from the 20-year-old legacy CryEngine, went to a proprietary one with lots of benefits. Why not just do that? Well, for one, Bethesda probably doesn't have a budget of $500 million for this game. I think that's part of it. Just being real. Like, they're on a tighter budget. They can't really justify spending 10 years delaying the game while they rebuild the entire engine from scratch. That's one of the unique things about Star Citizen, is that they have effectively unlimited resources, and everybody, like, the running joke is that the game is never coming out. So they can delay indefinitely until they fix the renderer pipeline, until they fix this or that. They can just push it off indefinitely. Whereas Starfield, like, they're a company, and they don't have that amount of money just pouring in. Sales are probably drying up from Fallout 4. Everybody who wants it already owns it. So they need to get money rolling again. And they got to get another game out. But it's just, I think that at this point, this engine, let me be clear. If this game launches and has these issues again, if it's yet another sort of Fallout 4 launch or Fallout 76 launch, and it's just a buggy, broken pile of crap, at that point, there is zero excuse. They've got to change engines. It's just, I get it. The creation engine, you've used it for a long time. Modders use it. You've just got to change it. Go do what CDPR is doing. Move over to Unreal Engine. Learn that one. Spend extra time porting everything over for Elder Scrolls 6. It's just unacceptable at this point. You can't release broken piles of garbage for decades and then expect people to just roll over and be okay with it. Just figure something else out, because it's getting ridiculous at some point. If you, like Herobrine said, if you can't afford in your like rendering pipeline, if you can't afford to render 3 or 4 alpha textures, like what are we doing? What are we doing? This stream regularly, like you see this stream every 60 seconds is rendering this WebM video for this overlay with the little spinning logo in the center, wherever it is, right there. They can't afford to do that in their game when an enemy dies, and to have a little alpha video play out, alpha WebM video basically attached to the character model, anchored to it, play out with the blood effect. Like, they can't even do that. Well, you know what? Don't even bother with like the puddles of blood on the ground. We'll blow past that. Just have like a little blood spatter when bullets go into somebody's face. They can't even do that. Do you think Hideo Kojima could do a better job? Well, he's using the Decima engine, so probably. Because that engine is far more impressive than the Creation engine. I'm going to buy Starfield because Todd Howard has consumed my soul, but it looks pretty mid from this showcase. Well, if you can handle it, Jan. Is it Jan or Jan? Let me know. I always go back and forth. You probably have told me before. But hopefully you can play it on Game Pass. Hopefully that's what you choose to do instead. Let's see. Sure, the budget is valid point, but come on, Creation Engine 2, I'm sure most devs know their engine is limiting in huge ways. Oh, I'm sure it's got to be something like in the studio that's insufferable. Like, even when I worked at like Best Buy, we would like put orders for like TVs and stuff into a system called OMS, and apparently that's been discontinued, and now they reworked it because enough people complained. But basically, like, if you came into the store and you bought a TV from me, I had to go into this antiquated software that was like 20 years old. It was built in like the 90s at the time. So 20 years old from that time, like 2017, 18. And it was like 20 years old. It was from the 90s. It was a super old school program, but I had to put the SKU of the item in. There was a special field to put the instructions in. I had to like find the exact address with the proper formatting for the zip code. Otherwise the order would fail. And like, it was insanely difficult to use, and it was unintuitive. It was broken, didn't work half the time. And we complained constantly about it to the district managers and corporate heads that would come through every once in a while, because they have no idea. They're just managing budgets and supervising stuff. They don't really care about the day-to-day workings of the company as long as it's working. So they're like, well, you hit your sales target, so why would we bother fixing this? And for Bethesda, I think it's a similar thing. Like, they're complaining to Todd Howard about the Creation Engine issues and rendering pipelines and budgets. Todd probably hasn't worked on the engine or coded anything himself in 15 years, I would guess. I don't think he's touched it probably since Fallout 3. And even then, he was probably pretty hands-off. He has a background in coding, but I don't think he's messed with it really reliably and consistently probably for 20 years. So for him, he's like, well, I mean, the engine's working. We have the game running. Why would we spend all this money and time reworking it or getting a new engine? You know, because he's not on the front lines. And I think it's the same thing. It's pronounced Jan. Yeah, that's what I thought, Jan. But I didn't want to call you Jan if your name's actually like Jan. You know, I don't want to be that guy. But Jan. Okay, great. Jan. Anyway. Oh, no, I'm going to have to go. You guys have a nice day and a great rest of the stream. Peace. Yes, good seeing you, my friend. When you think about all the engines that are around that have been updated in big ways to keep up, Source 2 engine, which still has code from Quake 2, Ubisoft's Dunia engine with Far Cry 1 code. Yeah, at this point, there's no excuse. Like, there's no excuse. Even I think in a lot of ways, the Red engine was far more impressive than the Creation engine, and that ran Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk had its own issues. But, you know, that game graphically and in terms of what it's able to do is very, very impressive. And it's fixed now. You know, they polished it up. It's far better now. The Creation engine, I just think there's no excuse nowadays. Thank you, Brandon. Oh, for some reason it's... Hold on.
Brandon Reyes donated $9.99 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Happy New Year's, everyone. Just copped a Steam Deck and I'm slowly never touching my PS5 again. Next step is a full rig. Todd Howard, your beautiful and happy holidays, Lukesters.
Thank you, Brandon. Very generous. Congrats on the Steam Deck. Yeah, it's great. I feel bad. My Switch is just, I basically handed it over to Nikki so she could play Pokemon on it. And I don't think I've played something on the Switch in probably, I mean, close to a year at this point. I feel bad. It's collecting dust. There's just no reason to use it. Why would I play on it? There's no reason. Let's see. I was watching a gamer's documentary on Dragon Age, and apparently it's very difficult to move engines or upgrade them if they are built for specific types of games. Oh, absolutely. No, it's nobody's saying it's easy, but at some point there's just no other option. Like, I knew somebody that they had invested heavily in like a company that sold trees, like whatever you call them, an arborist or whatever. And it was like a tree farm kind of thing. But there was basically an issue where there was drainage coming in from local construction sites that was killing masses of their trees. And like, this is a tree farm. They grow trees, which takes years and years. So they plant the tree and then they can't touch it for 10 years until it's grown to the right size. But if they stayed in that location where they were, the trees were all just going to keep dying and they would go out of business. So they had to move their tree farm. They dug up the trees and moved the tree farm. They moved farms. And that was very difficult and very expensive. But they didn't have a choice because their business was going to fail if they kept doing this thing that was easier and more convenient, but they had to do the tough thing to save the business. And in this case, I think it's just an example of like Bethesda has been sitting on their laurels, or resting on their laurels for a long time with this creation engine stuff, and it's just time to move on because they've shown that they're incapable of polishing it up. Now, to be fair, maybe we'll get Starfield and this will end up being amazing. Maybe it'll end up being great. I don't know. But I'm seeing a lot of worrying things in the footage that we're watching now and the things that we've seen.
Up and running. But that's not all.
There's also just something weird with the smoke effects. It's like they're rendering at quarter resolution, and I don't know. Maybe that's how they're scaling it. Maybe on consoles, the smoke effects render at quarter resolution and half frame rates. And then on PC, you can crank it all up. I don't know, but the smoke looks weirdly blocky and chunky.
You can even build your own spaceships.
This is cool. I'll give him this.
You can choose crew members. And yes, you can completely customize.
Gojo, thank you for becoming a member.
There's loads of different.
This is actually really, really cool. I do really like this. So you see, like at the top right, there's the vendor has money, the player has money, and then you're building the ship based on the money that you have. It can jump 30 light years, top speed of 150, weighs 300, mobility is 49, cargo is 450, shields 220, hull is 252. LAS, I don't know what that, laser maybe? 104 balance, I would assume. 65 MSL, I don't know what MSL is. Maneuvering thrust, I don't know. But I mean, I really like this. I hope that you can really crank this out. I mean, it would be cool if you could build like a huge freighter, like the 890 jump in Star Citizen. If you could build something that size, if you just have tons of money and resources, you can just build something insane. Hopefully it's not limited to something like super tiny.
Layout.
But I mean, even if it is, modders will probably fix it.
There's loads of different modules, ship manufacturers, and more. I have to say, it's so cool. We just absolutely love this.
It is really cool.
It's not just how the ship looks, it's how it performs. From engines to shields to weapon systems. Because yes...
Missile might be missiles? Oh, yeah, maybe.
Thrusters boosted.
Is this the first Bethesda game ever to have vehicles? Other than horses, but like... I think so. Same thing. I think this is the animation that probably plays out when you leave the planet. I would guess you probably have to go to like a launch pad like this. Thank you, Postmodern Connor, by the way, becoming a member. Thank you. I would guess that it's probably where you have to like go to this launch pad, refuel, and then you take off from there into space. And so then this animation plays out. It's fine. I would guess that is going to get tedious, but you know, it's going to be a thing. Connor, 1 month of 16 times the stream quality. Much love. Much love to you, Connor. Thank you so much. 1 month. Resub, you got the gold badge now. Rock and roll. See, and then it just fades into you above the planet. I really find that frustrating, especially because like 6 years ago, No Man's Sky did it with just planet to space. Sure, it didn't do it great at the time, but it just feels very outdated to have a load screen between them. I'm going to keep complaining about it, but whatever. Given the gore situation, I wouldn't be surprised if they severely reduce the quality of the smoke. Mind you, it's 2D from what I can tell. It's not volumetric to keep frame rate stable. Yeah, it looks two-dimensional. It doesn't look like it's an actual simulated smoke like what NVIDIA used to do with their proprietary stuff when you plugged in the physics stuff. It's just, I mean, if your game is running so rockily and unsteady that you can't afford in the rendering pipeline, like a 2D animated video at full resolution, I mean, this thing is pretty shaky. Pretty shaky. Well, I wonder if Creation Engine, yeah, sorry, Rocky. Sorry, that I used your name in vain. I'm so sorry. Hi, Dream. Hell, I wonder if Creation Engine 2 has the ability to not render things behind you. If it can't, then maybe the reason why they have such a limited budget. Oh, like if it doesn't have culling? That would be unreal. And really, really funny if that's if that's what it's doing. The real Dream, for real. Do you know who Dream is? I try to forget. I don't care what anyone says. I think it's actually really cool to be able to just build your own ship. I find that super cool. Do you guys like remember those old Robot Warrior games where you could build your own robot and then fight it in the arena against other bots and stuff? Dude, I played those games so much as a kid. Oh. I'm curious about how they approach LOD in past games. LOD was always quite glaring in your face. With the introduction of virtually non-existent LOD via Unreal Engine 5, it's a tough competition. Yeah, no, absolutely. I don't know, that Unreal 5 tech stuff that they've done with Line of Distance is insane. This just strikes me as a game that could be really great if it was made with a different engine, you know?
We can't wait for all of you to experience the game.
Ivor,
Thanks
Rocky.
again
Ivor.
for being with us today, and thanks for all the support you've given us over the decades, especially on this game. It's been an incredible journey for us making it, but we know that's really only the beginning, for it's when all of you play it that the real journey begins. And you may be wondering, just how big is this game? So we thought we'd take one last moment and show you. Let's take a look at one of our planets, Jemison. You can land into Atlantis, but you can also land and explore anywhere on the planet.
Scan, survey, rocky planet, gravity's 0.91, temperate, O2, magnetosphere unknown, fauna is abundant, flora is abundant, water is biological, You can land, set landing target, clear route, show me, whatever that means.
And it's not just this planet. It's all the planets in the system. From barren but resource-heavy ice balls to Goldilocks planets with life. And not just this system, but over 100 systems. Over 1,000 planets, all open for you to explore. We can't wait to see what you find.
So my understanding, based on previous interviews with Todd, is that he really likes the creation engine because it allows their artists and their world designers to put stuff in the game quickly and to design worlds quickly. Every time he's been asked about upgrading the engine, he says the creation engine allows us to do stuff quickly and efficiently. Seems to be the name of the game for them. And I'm sure at this point they have game designers and level designers that have worked with this engine for 20 years and they know it like the back of their hand, so they can quickly do stuff. Put this city together in the span of a week. It's super, super quick. And that's great. My understanding is that Unreal Engine is just as quick, if not quicker, and it runs better and more stable. Still has some issues. It's not end all be all. Like, it still takes a lot of work, but it's great. Can you react to a dream video? Reach out to my team at 28th Avenue. Dedicated videos like that, because of the mental anguish, I'd probably require like 10 to 15 grand. But if you have that, I'd be willing to. Which, if as the dream, shouldn't be a problem for you, for sure. Sponsor a stream where I do that. So, yeah. But anyway, so I think that the speed and flexibility and efficiency is the main concern for them. But watch as like he actually reaches out and sends me like 15 grand to do it. That would be so funny. But anyway, I don't know. I just think at this point, the biggest concern I have and the thing that could save Starfield and make it really, really special is if exploring those 1,000 planets actually is interesting. 1,000 planets sounds great until you think about it for 2 seconds and realize that it's not actually a given that that's going to be interesting. How do you make every single one of these systems that each has like 10 to 15 planets? How do you make those worth exploring? I think they probably put like a base or two on each planet, and they probably get copy and pasted pretty heavily. Still could be worth exploring, but it's still like, you can just think of each of these systems as having like 10 different interesting like individual set pieces, and that's it. And so you have a whole planet with like one interesting thing to do. Like they go here to the ice giant right here. And like this whole thing is just an ice planet. So you can go there. It's procedurally generated, so you can mine resources and then leave. But there's nothing else really interesting. I don't know. I like the idea of there being like special Easter eggs hidden all around. I could really, really like it if like on TikTok you're browsing and then somebody's like, oh, go to Chala, the moon of Olivas in the Alpha Centauri system. And then go over to these coordinates. I don't see coordinates listed, but it would be cool if there were coordinates where you could ping exactly where it is. It's like right under this crest here. If you go down here on this planet, there's a cave. And if you go in the cave, you can find one guy who crash landed here. And he has a note left to his family. You can grab that, take it to another planet, and then give it to his family, and it completes a special quest. Stuff like that, I find really, really cool. And I think that that could make the game worth exploring and could actually justify a lot of it. Still really tricky because it's an entire planet or moon, and there's like 5 or 6 interesting things spread around the entire planet. I don't know how you make that feel approachable, but we'll see. We'll see. Luke, even if we had unique 1,000 planets, do you think it would be super cool if, say, the skill trees are maxed out and there's no sense of character progression past the 100th planet? Well, it depends on the leveling system. Like, I think if they just have like dedicated, I don't know. My understanding is a lot of these planets are going to be resource based. So you're going to go to the planets to get resources to build bases on planets that you want to visit more often, perhaps for resources or whatever. And it could be that there's like 1 or 2 planets that are just flowing with some of the most rare and like valuable items. So you want to build a base there. So you go around, mine stuff, get a base there. and you revisit there commonly. That something makes sense to me. And I think that that could actually really, really help. But what are you going to do? Can I say that? Again, let's go 15 grand. For the real dream, I mean, that's nothing. Wow. You know what? You never know what's going to happen when streaming. You never know. It's not as funny as Cole. Cole was probably the highlight of last year for me, but still. Yeah. Give him the money, Dream. Yeah, Dream is nothing to you. I saw Dream casually wire over like 60 grand to somebody because this guy he was like streaming with said he wanted to buy a new car, but he didn't have the money. So Dream just casually like Venmo'd him $60,000 or something. So you know what? We need the actual one. Maybe it was Cole. Oh, he's coming back for revenge. What about the Star Citizen simp? That guy I felt a little bad about. I'll be real. Like, I got the message or the post on Discord. We looked at the message and it was funny. Like, it was objectively kind of hilarious. Casually saying and comparing it to smoking. That was funny. And we reacted to it. You know, it was funny. I think the guy felt pretty attacked. And I feel really bad about that. I didn't mean for him to feel attacked. It was just really funny. But I mean, if you go into the Discord for a YouTuber that has been pretty critical about a game, and then you post a pretty sycophantic and heavily apologetic post, you should expect that creator to respond to it. And if it's funny, and if it's something that other people find funny, you shouldn't be surprised when the reactions are like that, you know? Yeah, Herobrine, I'm still here. Yeah. For those of you who don't remember, Herobrine, actually, we found Herobrine through the Star Citizen stream. I think the first one we did. And he was playing with us and stuff. And then we had that one guy who thought it was really funny to just kill other people and like be really toxic and stuff. So I was like, we need a mod who's playing Star Citizen, knows the game and can handle that type of thing. Because I don't think there's been another game that we've tried playing where we've had as many people show up and try to join as Star Citizen. Like Star Citizen, we had 20, 30, 40 people coming in and trying to play with us. And we've never had that with any other game that we've played. So the level of engagement was crazy. Linking the vid for commanding. Oh, we could totally do that, Rocky. Yeah. Send me a DM to remind me to do that, and I'll do that. That would be really funny. Just ! Cole, and it takes you to that video so people can see what's up. That'd be funny. Okay. But as for all this, I mean, the 1,000 planets looks interesting. Look at this frame rate, though. Watch this drop. Uh-oh. So this is why people think you can go to Earth, because you can actually go to Mars and find like the Curiosity rover and stuff, which is pretty cool. This is going to be one of the biggest Easter eggs. I hope this thing is actually hidden. I hope it's not just like a major point that you find if you go to Mars. I hope they make you search for this. It'd be super cool. Especially because like you can find where these rovers are actually sitting right now. You can look up the coordinates on Mars, and you know, NASA has shared that. So it would be super, super cool if you could actually look at those coordinates from NASA and then figure out where on the planet it is. It would be super cool to see that. Again, this is impressive. This is cool. You can see in the distance the other planet. That's awesome. But also, like, what do you do? What makes this worth exploring? That's the tricky thing. And that's the thing I haven't seen any clear answers on. They say, like, there's stuff to find. There are bases. You can travel to 1,000 different planets and moons. Cool. But why would you do that other than just to get resources? There's got to be a hook. And I haven't heard what the hook is.
about the previous games were random encounters that you have in the
Oh, this is the guy. We watched this one too. This is the guy that just looks like a really good hugger.
world. For Starfield, how has the random encounter system been improved or expanded upon, if at all?
So very exciting. This time around, we have entire planets that we have to populate. So we actually have new tech to take whole locations that we've built and put them on the planets. Now you could say maybe you're going to an outpost and you actually discover there's a whole group of people there with a particular problem. Whereas
So that sounds just like copy and pasting, like a dynamic copy and paste system, which isn't necessarily bad, but it's also not good. You know? And how do these planets actually look outside of the shots that were showcased in this footage? What if they're actually doing points of interest in this specific? I think this game could really benefit from creator previews. And I'm saying that as somebody who almost certainly will not get invited to them because Bethesda seems to have completely blacklisted me. But like if they gave Maddie, for example, the chance to just play this game for an hour and a half, that I think would do a lot. It would show, for one, they're really confident in the game. Two, it would allow him to like explore and actually see what the game has to offer. I think that that could do a ton to quell the fears and the concerns that people have. I don't think they'll do it, but still, I think that would go a long way.
As you know, before it might be just a person coming to you along the road. Now it's an actual whole location that can be put there, and maybe they have a problem like one of our members was kidnapped. They've been kidnapped by some pirates. We think they're over there. We actually are replacing a whole other location with that person in it and enemies around it. So it's a dynamically placed settlement that is taking you to a dynamically placed dungeon as you're walking through the planet.
So
Dynamically placed settlement with a dynamically placed dungeon. The word dynamic makes me think that it can change. But maybe it's just like the engine generates it and they lock that in. It's not actually like dynamic. I think I get what he's saying though. Like it's responding to the planet's topography. It's not necessarily just responding to the individual instance of the player. I think that's what he's saying.
basically, at any point in time on a planet, you can just experience a random encounter anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, I think we're really only just scratching the surface of what that tech can do.
We can see what looks like Earth's own solar system in the Starfield gameplay trailer. Will there be quests taking us back there and exploring how things have changed?
Yeah, actually, very early on in the main quest, we take you to our solar system, which in our lore is called the Old Neighborhood.
Nice.
And you'll be being sent there on a mission from Constellation to discover the mysteries of the artifacts. And you'll get in contact with the question of what happened to Earth, but also you'll go to Mars, and there's actually a settlement, one of the early settlements that humanity created after they left Earth. It's called Sidonia, and that's a whole city with its own problems and people to meet.
How will faction quest lines work compared to other BGS games? Can we join multiple factions and complete all of them like in Skyrim, or does joining one lock you out of certain others like in Fallout 4?
Yeah, so one of the early things we decided on was making sure that the main quest actually kind of gives you a little bit of a tour of the settled systems and all of the major players there, so that we can give you a taste of what they're going to be up to.
We're peacekeepers. We protect the people of the Free Star Collective.
We also discussed really...
That audio compression drives me crazy, dude.
Early on, like, okay, do we make some of the factions be in conflict with each other? And we decided, you know, we really want to make sure that you can play through all the faction lines independently of each other. And this time around, we were like, no, we really want the stories to be a little more personal, right? You're influencing the direction of where this faction is going to go. So say the politics of the Free Star Rangers, right? You know, what's more important? Is it justice or industry, right? Where are you going to try to nudge them in this direction or another? So you don't necessarily end up as the head of every single faction of the game. But, you know, obviously all the major characters in every faction quest line will be reflecting on your choices, but, you know, it can have far-reaching consequences for what that faction is, what it cares about.
What will the role of some of the companions be during quests?
The companions along the Constellation storyline, which is the main quest, they'll have a lot of opinions, and
it all sounds kind of par for the course. The whole thing with like the really inconsistent answers surrounding dynamic placement and generation and stuff, I think that was a buzzword and something people got excited about maybe 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Nowadays, though, like dynamic content is actually kind of a turnoff. You know, it's like when you see big game studios talk about, oh, our game has 200 hours of content. It's like, that's actually for a lot of people a turnoff. It's not actually something that sells them on the game nowadays. It actually gets people turned off to the idea of the game because it's like, oh, so it's bloated. Okay. Well, oh well, play something else. You know, I think nowadays people care much more about a lean quality experience than they do about just a huge one. And so dynamic content always gets me a little bit worried. And also, I don't think Bethesda has a great track record with dynamic content. The last 2 times they've tried it with, or I guess 3 times if you count Fallout 76, none of it was like very good, you know? Yeah, Rocky, I think he's ready. As for all this other stuff, I just, yeah, it's par for the course. I think Starfield in a lot of ways looks to be yet another, you know, BGS game. In that capacity, I think it's going to be exactly what people are hoping for. However, there's a lot of people that expect even more. I'm one of those people. I'm waiting for them to show like the thing that makes this make sense. The thing that justifies exploring those 1,000 planets. The thing that justifies the fact that they cut like gore. The fact that it only runs at 30 FPS. All of these things are concerning to me. And there haven't really been any clear answers about it, which again just worries me. Because if they had a 60 FPS mode, they would just tell you. Why have they not said it yet? Right? Like, it seems weird that they're just ignoring it and pretending like it doesn't exist. So a month ago, let's see, Starfield is targeting 30 FPS. The footage we have seen was an inconsistent 30 FPS, so yes, probably. Any reason why Bethesda does this? Hopefully they can add 60 FPS support for the Series X. Which videos have you found with FPS counters? I'm surprised they've released anything like that. Would love to see it. Love the username, by the way. They're downvoting it. Well, it's because the stream is at 30 FPS when most other game announcements show off 60 FPS. And even with the 30 FPS stream, it's chugging along and stuttering pretty hardcore. So I think that's why people are concluding that. I'll be a little disappointed if there's not a performance option. I don't really care about it being 4K personally. I do care about the frame rate. I tend to play 2 to 3 games at the same time. Yeah, they've also not announced anything about resolution targets either, as far as I know. Yeah, we don't know what option Starfield has, but Todd Howard has said in 2 different interviews he's okay with 30. Yeah, this I think is the most telling thing. Todd won't say it's locked at 30 and they're not offering 60, but he will say he's perfectly fine with 30 FPS for their games. And I think that says a lot, you know. Not in the middle of New Atlantis. Yeah, you're telling me. It would be a big mistake if they didn't have a 60 FPS mode. It would get big backlash unless every other aspect is perfect, which is unrealistic. I think, like, so let me be clear, because I've said that I think when people were raging about, for example, the Gotham Knights stuff. Wait as chat catches up. The Gotham Knights stuff, people were saying, oh, it's going to be terrible because Gotham Knights only runs at 30 FPS, right? And that's bad. A game can be amazing and still run at 30 FPS. The Last of Us Part 2 ran at 30 FPS, most awarded game in history. Red Dead Redemption 2 ran at 30 FPS, amazing game, right? 30 FPS does not mean it's going to be a bad game. The reason why people are upset and would be upset if it only comes out at 30 is, for one, like nowadays, the trend for the last 6 months to a year has been that they offer, really more like 2 years since this generation of consoles came out. The trend has been to offer performance and fidelity. Performance running at 60 with lower resolution and lower quality, and then fidelity with higher resolution, lower frame rates, really, really high fidelity, all of the bells and whistles. Bethesda seems like they cannot manage to even run 30 FPS with performance quality, which is worrisome. The fact that there's no gore present at all in anything that they've shown makes me think that there might not even be gore in the PC version, which is even weirder. Like, if it's not even a toggle on PC and it's just something they cut, that's crazy. It would be one thing, like if they showed off the PC footage, all of this was like PC footage, and it had gore and had all that stuff, I think you'd get people really excited. And then if they announced like, oh, the Xbox Series X version doesn't have gore, we just had to cut it. That would be a bummer, but you know what? It has to be done. It looks like they just don't have it at all. So there's good FPS or 30 FPS and there's bad. Yeah, it seems like 30 FPS is not something they're pursuing for fidelity and resolution. It seems like they're pursuing that because they literally have no other choice. If they choose to try and run higher, they just won't, it won't run. It won't work. ESO hits 60 in performance mode. It's a different team though, and I think it's a different engine. I'm not buying a game that runs at 30 FPS. I waited for RDR2 to release on PC because of that. Yeah, and that's totally fine. It's totally fine if you're willing to wait. I would be really concerned that they, like, if on PC, I would assume that a lot of this stuff is PC footage. Normally that's what you see, is they try to make the game look as best as it can. So they crank it at 4K, try to get the frame rates high on PC and do that. And it seems like even on the PC port, it's barely running at 30, which is weird. In my opinion, Bethesda or Microsoft did a misbuy on Bethesda. Bethesda knew their time was over and bailed out. Well, it's not just Bethesda. They bought all of Bethesda Softworks and ZeniMax. So they bought the whole catalog of Wolfenstein, all of those studios. They bought a ton of stuff. A ton. Just lots and lots of stuff. So it's not just Bethesda. I mean, it's easy for us to just point at Bethesda and be like, oh, well, they bought BGS. BGS is a big name company, of course, but there's a lot of other stuff. Yeah, boom. Okay. Now tell George. I don't know who that is. Yeah. No, I hit him too. Why does Bethesda get so much leeway for these things they cut out or compromise on and people keep buying their stuff? It's weird, Proto. People always do it when they're fanboys and fangirls of certain studios. It's just a thing that happens. It's a phenomenon. And I think a lot of it is that the rest of the game can be really, really good. So people are willing to, people are willing to forgive some things because they benefit in other ways. I just hope that eventually they got to stop. Like, pretending as though that gunplay looks good doesn't help Bethesda and it doesn't help you. If you call it out and you say, hey, look, guys, the gunplay looks really rough. No gore. Come on, it's 2023. Like, you're having to cut that in order to get it running at 30 FPS. At that point, that's up to you guys. Like, that's not our fault. That's not our problem. Like, you've got to figure this out. It's literally your job. It's what annoys me so much when people say, well, but it's really hard to get the game running at a stable 60 when you have as much stuff going on as they do. Like, okay, but it's literally their job. I get that it's hard. I understand that, but it's their job. I can say, listen, guys, I know that like Uncharted Ultimate Critique that's 8 hours long. I get that was like really poorly edited, or my voiceover was crackling all the time and my mic kept cutting out throughout the video. But it's really hard to make an 8-hour video with high quality. You'd say, cool, but it's literally your job. So stop complaining about it. You know, that's what you would tell me. And you would be right to tell me that. For them, it's literally their job to deliver a product that's able to run at modern standards. And modern standards are such that, you know, they would demand at least, I would think on modern consoles, people would expect a performance mode at 60. I think that's the modern standard. And if you're going to run at 30, it better look amazing. But they're running at 30. It doesn't seem like they're offering the option, and it does not look amazing at 30. Seems like they've sacrificed a lot at 30. So that's concerning. The rest of the game could be great. There could be a lot of good stuff, but all of the warning signs and the things that have worried us about Bethesda games for decades at this point seem to be present here. Nothing seems to have changed. And the thing is, like, I talked to Mr. Matty Plays about this in the collab we did. He's willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. And I am not. After Fallout 76 especially, I will not give them the benefit of any doubt when they basically scammed their customers last time around. And they knew what they were doing. It was pretty evil, technically, like when you look at it. And I'm not going to give them the benefit of the doubt because of that. So, you know, maybe 10 years ago, I would have looked at it and be like, oh, well, it looks really, you know, it looks rough in a few places, but it's BGS. I mean, they made Skyrim. It's going to be great, I'm sure. I'm not doing that for them. They've lost all that trust. And that's just not something I'm going to forgive them on. So, you know, Star Citizen has 130 to 150,000 entities in the newer cities, and it can run at 60 FPS or more on AMD 5800 X3D and 3070s with 32 gigs of RAM. It's like running Crysis, and it's possible. Yeah, and I will say, like, Star Citizen has shader caching issues. I hope that they figure that out. My understanding is that they haven't polished that out because stuff is changing so frequently that focusing on major patches to improve stability when first booting up after driver resets and stuff just doesn't make sense, because it would just, all the work would be undone the moment they make a big change. But yeah, I mean, I would say in the age of Star Citizen, in the age of No Man's Sky, after all these patches and stuff, Starfield has some heavy competition. When they started working on it in 2015, yeah, like this stuff would have been really, really impressive. But right now, they have a lot to keep up with, and it doesn't seem like they're doing any of that stuff better than any of these other games, which is concerning, you know. But I'm gonna keep an eye on it. I don't think we saw anything in that Todd Howard interview or anything that we didn't know before. And I think that I'm still at the point where I just don't see what this game is bringing to the table that no other game brings to the table. And I don't see any reason to think that things will be different this time compared to Fallout 76, Fallout 4. It seems like it's just going to be more Bethesda crap, more of their typical issues. But we'll see. I will be having my team reach out to Xbox trying to get a review code. It's kind of secretively because, you know, Bethesda blacklisted me. Can't say they were wrong. I mean, I did call them evil even in this stream, but I would stand by. I would tell it to Todd Howard's face. I would right now. Todd, what you did with Fallout 76 was evil. You knew the game was broken and you sold it to people anyways, and then tried to cover it up to protect your bottom line so that you'd look more appealing to Xbox in a big sale of ZeniMax, which no doubt you benefited from, which is probably why you can afford to bring it all the way back. That really, really nice Omega Speedmaster Moonface Coaxial Master Chronometer Chronograph Black Dial Stainless Steel watch in 44.25 millimeters. That's why you can afford that, Todd. Because you shut up and didn't say anything and you let them take advantage of their customers like that. And for that, I do think truly, truly, you should be ashamed. Cut. Jacob. There. Boom. Done. Signed, sealed, delivered. That's good. Felt good. Todd Howard's an amazing god. Every bug is actually a gorgeous feature. Yeah, people just don't understand that. That's the thing. You just don't understand. By the way, do you guys want to see the thing I got? It's kind of in, I mean, it's kind of stupid now, but I mean, I have it now. Oh, it's the Callisto Protocol Collector's Edition. It's actually a pretty impressive statue. It actually is really high quality. It's heavy as hell. It's very, very well made. I gotta hand it to him. Too bad the game kind of sucks, but what are you gonna do? I thought the statue was really cool, and so I ordered the statue. Showed up super late. after the game sucked, and now it's too late to like return it or anything. So it's just a cool statue. But you notice it's on top of that glass display case because I'm out of room. I have like 2 collector's editions in there. I have the God of War Ragnarok hammer and Ivor from Valhalla. And then like down here in the bottom corner behind Todd, I have like Watch Dogs Legion, Mass Effect statue, and like some other stuff. So I just need another display case. And by the way, Ivor. Now I'm just saying it to troll you guys. Ivor. What if I started saying like Ivor? Ivor. Anyway, but by the way, you guys know Sean. Sean's been very, very generous with donations and contributions made to the stream and through PayPal and everything. Just incredibly, incredibly generous, especially over Christmas. He made a very generous contribution right before Christmas with the requirement and request that it be spent on Legos for me and for something that would go in the studio. That's my understanding of what the like request was. So I did in fact order a big Lego thing that we will build on stream that will be put in the studio. I'm not going to tell you what it is. I will let you speculate. But we did order a freaking massive Lego set that we're going to build on stream and put in the studio. So I'm going to need more space for this random stuff. I can't like you if you donate and you say, hey, specifically use this for X or use this for Y. I can't turn around and then not do that, right? Like I'd be terrible if I did that. So I have to use it on Legos, and that's what I've done, Sean. So cheers. Cheers. Maybe we'll make a little figurine of Sean and we'll put him on the set so he'll stay in the studio with us forever, watching over us. Life size Todd Howard, like I said. Yeah, I just had it commissioned. It's like a painting or a statue. Got the Lego bonsai tree for Christmas. Oh, that's awesome. I want an actual bonsai tree too. I've always found them really beautiful and interesting. So if I donate for you to buy a Lara Croft Game Lady doll, you would buy it and set it up. I might refund you actually. I'll just immediately send the money back. Let's see. Have I played the Hitman World of Assassination trilogy? If so, what are your thoughts? I played a little bit of Hitman 3 when it came out. I found them fun. They're not like my obsession. They're not the kind of games that I would spend a ton of time on, but I found them fun. I expect the Lego set to have 16 times the detail on new rendering, lighting, and landscaping technologies. Let's see. Luke, just so you're aware, I've put in the chat or you're aware from mods call, I have put in chat so everyone's aware. Also look in the mods chat as soon as you get a chance. Kind of important. Yeah, I will do that. I had it on the to-do list to go through today, actually. I didn't allow myself to dig into it, all the notifications while I was on vacation. And now we're here and we're back. We're back. Metal Gear franchise, I have not dug into it enough. I'm gonna be real to really have like a settled opinion. I've like tried them. I watched my brother play 5. I thought it like looked fine, but I don't really see what the crazy hype is. But I've actually had it on the to-do list to play it. Need to do it. Lego Fund. Yeah, exactly. Dreamin', thank you so much. $9.99. Here, buy more Legos. I'll add it to the coffers. The Lego Fund. Yes, I'll add it. Thank you. Did you play Subnautica? Back in the day, I think it was still in early access last time I tried it, and I thought it was good. It was good. I know it's like actually out now. I think they released a sequel spin-off thing for it too. I haven't really revisited it yet, but when you're playing Destiny, man, I get so many conflicting messages. Like, it seems like one day people are like, oh, Destiny's great, you should jump in and play it. And then the next day, Destiny is like, everybody's saying, no, wait till the next expansion in like February, I think. That's the time to jump in. So I don't know. The consensus when I tweeted it out, by the way, everybody follow me on Twitter. If you have a Twitter, follow me. The consensus was that I should wait. That's what people seem to say. Sons of Force is supposed to be releasing this year, I think. Ubisoft massive planning monetization upcoming Star Wars games. Shocked, yeah. Oh, thank you, my babe. We were reacting to a video interview of him, so it only seemed right that he watch us as we do. It's babe. No baby this time. I'm assuming nap. Babe and baby napping. We were also admiring Todd Howard's watch, which is why this is up. I wasn't buying it, I swear. This probably looked really uncomfortable for Nikki. She walks in and I'm like looking at a $10,000 watch. Was not buying it because he was in the video wearing this watch, and we were saying that he only started wearing this watch in videos after Fallout 76. So I can only infer from that scamming his customers led to financial benefits for him that led to this watch. I'm basically Sherlock Holmes. Buy it. Buy it. Buy it with Dream's money. Yeah, we had somebody come in. I don't know if you know who Dream is. He's like a Minecraft streamer and YouTuber that like also cheated on multiple like world records and faked them, and apparently that's just not a big deal anymore. But anyway, we had some random guy come in and pretend to be him. Oh, hey, Finn. He came in and pretended to be him, even though he doesn't have a verified check mark or anything. He's probably like 12 years old, but he's like, oh yeah, I'm actually like, I'm actually Dream. How much do I have to pay you to react to one of Dream's videos? I'm like, what? And I said 15 grand. And he's like, okay, for sure. If you get to this number of viewers, I will donate that to your Cash App or your Venmo. It's like, he got super toxic and annoying. But we were joking. Yeah, no, we'll use Dream's money. We'll have him donate the 15 grand. Let's do it. What game is this? Yeah, he kept screaming, what game is this? Even though it's clearly listed on the video, and like it was super, super cringe. Let's see. Biggest thing was the umbrella guy. Yes. I love you. We're wrapping up. And then did they take the trash? Did I get it out on time? Oh. Probably not. Oh yeah, Colorado banned plastic bags. Otherwise, you have to pay for them.
Good, but also
Yeah.
first world problem. Oh my God, Todd Howard.
Yep. He's always here watching over us. Todd keeps us safe. He sees you when you're sleeping. He knows when you're awake. Finley, come say hi. Finley. Don't get stuck on the spider trap. Every time Miney sneaks in here, she'll push the door open if it doesn't latch, and overnight she'll come in here and just like play. So I'll find like the mice on the desk pushed around, and she gets in all sorts of trouble. And then she finds the like spider traps, which are just like really sticky cardboard boxes basically, and she'll grab it with her paw, and then she'll try to climb inside it where it's sticky, and I'll find piles of like her undercoat and fur pulled out on the cardboard thing, and I'll find it in the room. Like, you stupid cat. Like, she keeps doing it. She doesn't learn. She just keeps doing it. Maybe she does. It's like,
oh,
yeah, it's like a waxing. I feel bad for every time I find it, but Finley, see all the cables shifting in the background. Hey, Finley, dude, I don't want you to get caught or strangle yourself. Careful. Watch out for the spiders. He's like, no, I'm a YouTuber cat now. Hey, dude, you should say hi.
Mama yanked on my neck.
This is Finley. This is Finley cat.
Lost a fight.
Oh,
Was
yeah.
taken as a prize.
They wrestle, like playfully. It's not mean, but they wrestle, and he usually loses, and she rips off his collar as like a humiliation thing. So we'll come down in the mornings every once in a while, and he's missing his collar, and we're like,
she hides it.
yeah, we're like, oh no, Finley got beat up by his little sister. Want to say hi to everybody?
I swear you're not that fat, but without your collar,
He's a good boy.
when you get a cat treadmill.
He's a
You
good
want to go
boy.
swimming? Remember that new segment where the
Oh,
lady
yeah.
kept cracking up?
The fat
The
cat
fat cat.
going in the water to swim. He's a good guy. A good fella. What a good fella. Yeah. He's like, I was initially upset that you picked me up and took me out of there, but now I'm happy. The problem is cat hair just gets everywhere and he sheds a lot. And then white cat hair on the black mat and black keyboard. Just a whole thing. I'll let Nikki sit. Oh. Sorry, I'm trying to read the chat. Would you like the chair?
No, it's
I did actually bring a chair in here for a while. And the moment I did that, she stopped coming down for like 3 weeks.
You never told me you brought a chair.
Don't eat the cord.
You don't have to give me a chair.
Little drop. Little mic drop.
Mic drop.
Little fluffy cat. Let's see if anyone knows.
I don't think so.
Oh.
I'm too subtle.
Can you go with Mama?
Come on. Out.
You're a good boy, but you are very toasty and very hairy. Come on. I need more cutouts of random
It's
celebrities.
freaking me out. Like I see him over my shoulder.
I should get a
Keep
Joe.
turning around and like.
I should get a Joe Byron poster. Joe Byron.
What?
You go. I love cuddling you too, but it's just a poof of cat hair. I love you. Thank you for the coffee. Thank you for the coffee. Oh, she's slapping me. Right in the titty. We'll wrap up here and then I will do the litter boxes and stuff. After I respond to Discord. Sorry, Rocky. Much love. Yeah, if you guys didn't notice, Nikki subtly mentioned that. Yes, she's pregnant again. She's pregnant again. Baby's due. Baby 2 is due June 10th. So you guys will notice we've been I've been like very quiet about E3 because I wanted to go to E3 in June. And I told you guys, like, yeah, we're going to go to E3 in June. It's going to be great. And then, like, a few months ago, I stopped talking about it. And when people would bring it up in chat, I would just not really respond to it. And it's because the baby's due like 3 days before E3. So I don't think E3 is in the cards for me this year. Same with like Gamescom in September. Baby will be like a few months old. So I don't think I can go to Germany randomly in September now either. So the schedule's gotten kind of tossed up, but it's because there's a baby on the way. And so Loki's going to be a big brother. It's going to be pretty fun. Yeah. Congrats. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be super fun. It's going to be great. 2 little ones. It's, it's pretty crazy. It's exciting. I've always said, I think responsibility breeds character usually. I feel like I've grown as a person a lot since having Lachlan. And I think another baby is going to probably double that up. We're very fortunate that I can do this for a living and be at home with Nikki and with the babies and stuff. So we're very, very fortunate because prior to this, I worked a job where I was driving, for 3 hours a day to get to a job I didn't really like and work from like 8 a.m., leaving the house at 6 a.m., or at 7 a.m. So I was out of the house from like 7 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Monday through Friday and some Saturdays, and wasn't making great money, was miserable. And the fact that I can do this for a job is pretty amazing. So I owe that all to you. Really, truly thank you. And Nikki thanks you, and Locke thanks you, and the new baby I'm sure will thank you too, because you make all of this possible by watching and supporting the content. All the subs, the donations, all of that stuff helps make this actually happen. So truly, thank you. You are actually like helping me, my family, and I'm always humbled by it. So truly, thank you. But yes, thank you. Another little gamer is on the way. Quickly approaching. Let's see. Yeah, God of War must have been even more enjoyable. Yeah, no, God of War hits different once you're a dad. I'll be real. It's just like, especially a dad to a little boy. I haven't gone through that phase of parenting yet, but I'm sure when I do, I'll go back and play that game, and it's gonna hit even harder. It's a Family Guy. But yes, so the baby's on the way. Lockie's doing very, very well. If you rewind the stream, you can see when he came in and said hi. Hi. Waves his hand. Hi. He's a good little fellow. Search Greek, Norse. Okay, we'll do this, Rad. You've been patient. I'm sorry, Mr. Maddie. We will have to wait. Miles heard all the Norse gods after fighting. Oh God, is this gonna be loud? I can tell it's gonna be loud. It played like for a split second. Mr. Maddie waits. Musty Crusty, thank you for the 20. Very generous, thank you. Musty Crusty. Okay, let's see what this is. All the Norse gods after fighting Kratos. Locke's 1, yeah, Locke's 15, 16 months. Almost 16 months old. Yeah. He's a widow fella. He's a widow dude. And he's developing so much. So much. Like, and quickly. Like he's starting to be able to like put basic phrases together. So like
through super chat.
Thank you again. He will like want me, I'll go in the bathroom in the morning to get ready and like brush my teeth, and he'll be up and he'll be walking around in our bedroom doing stuff, and then he'll come and he'll pound on the door and yell, "Dada, open door." And it's like his way of saying open the door. And like, so he's starting to put little phrases together, and it's really, really cute. Yeah, time flew. He's getting bigger every second. Like every once in a while, I'll just take a moment. I'll be like, I remember like just a few months ago, you could barely like roll around, and now you're doing that. Like, that's crazy. It's crazy. It's pure comedy. Oh yeah. No, and I'm so excited to see what more comes. But okay, let's see what this is. Let's see what this is.
Get off of me! This is all your fault! All of it!
So, how'd it go?
How the fuck do you think it went? All for that nigga Peace, and he starts Ragnarok! Like, damn, just look at us! He turned Magnet into Two-Face. Not only did he kill Baldur, but he paralyzed him from the neck down.
He's got the broken neck. Okay, that's funny.
Heimdall is dead, thank God!
Oh, he's got the Band-Aid from the little cut. Oh, that's a good touch.
And Modi is, oh my God. The hell happened to you?
I got stabbed in the neck.
What? No, nigga, no, your face. What happened to your face?
Oh, my face. Yeah, Dad did this to me.
Oh shit, I forgot I killed you.
Yeah, I bet. Hey, thank you for taking me away from my daughter.
Bro, you talking like you was different. How you gonna be in your child's life and they still end up fatherless?
I was planning on repairing that relationship with her, but no, you want to be a hater.
You said fuck me, and I was like, cool. So now what's the problem?
Problem is, they call you Allfather, yet you got sunned by a dwarf.
Hey man, have some respect for Allfather, you hear me?
Hey, yo, buddy, listen, there's a time and a place for everything, alright? And right now is not the time to dick ride. So please shut the fuck up and go back to your corner, alright?
Hey, look, we've been through a lot, okay? And plus, you talk a lot, you went through worse, alright? I want to hear what you went through.
A few moments later.
Now, while you watching that, I really want you to ask yourself, was that racist? Because to me, it seemed racially motivated. Bro, I'm so sorry that happened to you. So he ripped your head off just to use you as a flashlight?
Yep.
Bro, that's more disrespectful than him, to be real with you, especially since you got replaced.
Ha! I told you I was the most What do you mean replaced?
What do you mean?
You said I was replaced, even though you said he carried a head with him. What do you?
Well, yeah, but you're not Mimir. I've never seen you before.
Who the fuck is Mimir? Wait, hold on. Wait. Yeah, you know what? As a matter of fact, none of your weapons or abilities came over, which is actually pretty sad. For example, his hands was enough, so the naming ancestors was basically useless. So yeah, he stole your J's for like 150 to some dwarves.
So he gave away my limited edition size 20 shoes to some Okay, for $150?
No, he sold them for hack silver.
The fuck is hack silver? Oh my god. Wait, hold on, time out, cause I'm still on the fact that my name is not Mimir. I'm the sun god. I was used as a light. I stunned people.
His son can already do that.
Oh my god.
What about the blades of Artemis? What about the blade of Olympus?
The blade of what?
Oh my god!
Don't feel so important now, do you?
Shut the fuck up!
I spit on your face if I can see. Every time you speak, you prove that you're a mistake.
Zeus, I know you in there.
Oh shit, it's her. Hey, Theseus, block the door.
Wait, hold on. Why me?
Nigga, are you questioning me right now? But just do what I say before. Son of a bitch.
Wow. That's how he do? That's how he do, Zeus? Really? That's how he do? Why I'm not in here? Huh? Why wasn't I invited to the party?
Crimson, I'll see ya.
Athena, plotting ass, thoughting ass. It's Athena. She has to be here. She's a pioneer. As expected, you gonna defend her. But how you gonna defend the Fates, huh? Why is the Fates here? They fucked up more than me, bitch. All right, fine. Let's break it down. 1, you're part of a game that nobody really talks about or even want to mention. 2, you're that dumbass's wife. So already you're not valid. You're not valid. And 3, you let a Kratos who is basically on the verge of suicide and didn't know he was a god break out of your prison and whoop y'all ass. So we just gonna act like he's still not your son? Like he don't got your blood in his veins? Okay. But who the fuck is this bitch? Hello.
Hello.
That's actually a good question. I don't see on the list. No. She's valid? She's valid. And I lie a lot, but trust me. She's valid. Oh, there you're valid. All right, welcome in. Hey, whoa. Hey, we can't just be giving out the valid card for no reason, all right? I'm gonna need to see some proof. She's valid.
She's valid.
Look, hey, she's valid. Look. This fight temporarily cured my blindness, so she got it. How did you die, by the way? Because it looked like he was struggling. He beat me into submission, then he ripped my wings off. Oof, that's rough. Hey, at least he didn't use it for himself this time. Wait, he's done that before? Man, that battle must have been crazy if he had to do it today.
Can you imagine if Kratos did that? He rips the Valkyrie Queen's wings off, and then he can fly for the rest of the game. That would actually be kind of cool. But they kind of moved away from doing that kind of thing in the new, it's not trilogy, duology, maybe.
Who's that? Don't worry about it. Hey, are we done here? Can you leave now, please? Man, whatever, man. Y'all a bunch of losers, man. Why the fuck is he here?
My deepest apologies. I mistaken this room for the god room, but I see nothing but a bunch of tarnished.
Yeah, you don't want the smoke.
That's a bunch of bitches.
Oh, bro. Oh, please. I don't want smoke with thee. I could clear out this whole room with 1 enchantment. And you talking spicy like I can't call Kratos right now. I can call him right now. Oh, please, call him. I want him to be there when I win Game of the Year. Y'all forget that I had the world in the chokehold for 6 months. See you there, peasants.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I haven't heard of this guy before, but that was good. That was so valid. It cured my blindness temporarily. 3.1 million views. Wow. He did a pretty good job tying all these little things together. I'll give him that. That was pretty funny. Yeah, anyway, so we did have, man, every time we come back from a break, I always get like, I always am really bad about hitting our scheduled and time things. Anyway, I think we will call it there for now. Wednesday we will be back. We'll actually go through the news stories. And I want to play some games Wednesday, so we'll do that as well. I am going to be getting back into the swing of things for the member streams as well, so be on the lookout for that. Our plan, I believe, is to try and do the member stream tomorrow night or another one tomorrow night. So look out for a community post for that. It'll also be on the Discord, I think, as well. We'll tag you guys in it. And as for other stuff, I will, Rocky, just so you know, I will respond to the Discord stuff right now. So I'll pull the phone up and I'll start working through those. There's just a ton. So I'll start working through those, and then let's see. Anything else? I don't know. If you guys have any questions, just shoot me a DM or something, and I'll try to get to it as soon as I can. But we'll be back Wednesday. We'll be chugging through stuff. Happy New Year, everybody. Great to jump into it. If a new segment Wednesday might interest you, it's got player stats and Star Citizen and plans for 2023. Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'll add that to the doc right now. Copy link. Boop, boop. Okay. Let's see if this works. Yes, okay. Well, okay. Yeah, anybody else? If you have any questions, anything else, let me know. Thanks for the stream. As always, Luke, Happy New Year, and congrats once again. Thank you, my friend. Really excited. Fantastic stream, Luke. Really enjoyed the communicating with you. Until Wednesday, have a good week. And Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. Much love. I'll see you very, very soon. Hugs and kisses. Video will be going up tomorrow. I just ran into an issue with the video that we're going to post this morning, so it'll go up tomorrow. So look forward to that. As for everything else, I love you all very, very much. Hugs and kisses. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye. See you soon. Bye.